2024 special call meeting at Memphis-Shelby County Schools. Ms. Clark, please call the roll.
Commissioner McKissick,
Here.
Commissioner Garcia,
Here.
Commissioner Porter,
Here.
Commissioner Murphy,
Present.
Commissioner Love,
Here.
Commissioner McKinney,
Present.
Commissioner Otay,
Here.
Commissioner Williams, Board Chair Coleman.
Present.
You have 8 in the affirmative.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. The purpose of today's special meeting is to approve the charter school amendments. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. We are now on to public comment. In accordance with state statute, the board shall reserve a period for public comments during businesses and special call meetings. Only those members of the public who submit public comment cards to the board chairman prior to the commencement of this meeting shall be permitted to address the board. Public comments shall be taken in the order in which the public comment cards are received. A sign-up sheet for public comment will become available 30 minutes prior to each applicable meeting and will be closed at the start of the meeting. This sign-up is located in the entryway table just past the security checkpoint. Speakers must state their name, organization he or she is representing, if any, and subject of their comment before they are permitted to speak. Speakers may offer objective comments about school operations and programs that concern them. Speakers are asked to refrain from using names of personnel or names of persons connected with the school systems, particularly when lodging a complaint. Speakers will not be permitted to engage in gossip, make defamatory comments, or use abusive or vulgar language. The chairman shall have the authority to terminate the remarks of any individual who is disruptive and does not adhere to board rules. Dr. Schultz, please announce the number of speakers and the time allotted.
We have 9 speakers this evening, 3 minutes each.
Your time is projected on the screen to your right and directly behind the board. When you hear a bell, your time has expired. Our first 3 speakers are Benita, Wade, Susong Lim, excuse me if I pronounced it wrong, Miss Sarah Carpenter. Come in that order, please.
Fix your mic.
Can you
Fix your
turn your
mic. Speak into the mic. Turn your mic on.
Good evening. My name is Benita Wade. I'm here on behalf of Peria Peria Charter School Expansion. I have a 4th grader that's been in Peria Elementary since pre-K. As a matter of fact, all of his schooling has been there. And I have a few reasons why I feel that the expansion is not only necessary, but it should be mandatory. And I think that the board should absolutely let that amendment be taken care of. For one, the continuity for the children. That's one thing that children who've been in school together ever since pre-K, they have a sense of community with the other students, and and they've built some pretty strong relationships with each other, with the teachers and with the school staff. So adding grades 6 through 8 would allow these students to continue their education in a familiar environment where their academic and emotional needs are already understood. This continuity would provide stability during an important transition period, helping them to navigate the often challenging middle school years with the support of educators who know them well. Peria is located in a community that is undergoing revitalization, and by extending the school grade levels, they can further anchor the school as a central hub of the community. Parents and community members would benefit from a school that grows with their children, providing a sense of connection and support. The school can continue to serve as a gathering place for families to engage not only in their children's education, but in the building of relationships that strengthen the neighborhood. Parents play a key role in the success of Peria's programs, and this change would directly benefit them as well. Many parents rely on the school to help them navigate parenting challenges and to provide resources that strengthen family bonds. By offering more grades at Peria, the school would be able to maintain and expand programs that support parents, whether it's through the workshops, activities, or counseling services that reinforce a sense of community. And Peria has some really outstanding programs for the parents, extracurricular things that the children are able to engage in, and to carry this beyond 5th grade would be a big benefit to the children. So in conclusion, adding 6 through 8 at Peria would support academic and social and emotional growth of the students. Please amend the charter. Thank you.
One more thing. One more thing. Can you please amend the charter, please?
Last name Lim.
Good evening, MSCS board members. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. My name is Susong Lim, and I'm the president and co-founder of Unistar Sparkle Computers, a company with deep roots in our local community. We have been proudly serving the Memphis area for over 2 decades, providing IT solutions and services to a wide range of clients, including Memphis-Shelby County Schools. Our commitment to the community goes beyond our business operations. Annually, we offer paid internships for MSCS students and paid externship for MSCS teachers, providing valuable experience and giving back to the educators who shape our future. Today, I would like to address a significant concern regarding the recently awarded IFB 090324LP. In the initial invitation for bid, the required specifications for several devices were ambiguous, particularly concerning the generation of processors needed. The lack of clarity contrasts with previous bids for similar products, which explicitly stated the minimum required processor generations. During the Q&A session, multiple vendors including ourselves, sought clarification and were informed that the latest generation is expected. We interpreted this to mean the latest generation of Intel processors, specifically the 14th generation. However, our research indicates that the awarded products are compatible only with older generation processors. Having known that older generation processors would be acceptable, we could have offered a more competitively priced product to MSCS, even at a lower price than the awarded devices. Therefore, we believe it would be fair and in the best interest of the board to consider rebidding IFB 090324LP, ensuring that all vendors have a clear understanding of the requirements and can provide their most competitive offers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Sarah Carpenter, 2130 Curry Avenue. First of all, I want y'all to ask y'all to
Ms.
don't
Carpenter,
see me.
move your mic up a little bit. We want to hear everything you say.
Okay. First of all, I want to ask y'all not to see me. Put some blindfolds on. Don't even think it's me. It's not me. I'm speaking for my baby here. I advocate for children all over the city. My baby is a student at Peria, and we took her out of a school that didn't notice that she was suffering from severe PTSD and depression because her brother was murdered in 2021, and he was a superhero. In Chaseland, we found Peria because I found out it was a social and emotional learning school. Chaseland left that school, couldn't even read her name hardly. Ask me what she's doing now. She's reading. And it's all because of Peria. It's all because when she had breakdowns, Peria didn't kick her out of school. Y'all, I want y'all to see the children today. I fight for my grandchildren, but I fight for all children. But y'all, I just want y'all to know that I'm gonna fight like hell for this school, because I don't want to have to look for a school for her to go to. It's right in my neighborhood. I shouldn't have to drive way across town to find a school that fits her needs. Chaseland need Peria and so many other children in North Memphis, really more than North Memphis, because what we see on the news, our kids see also. And y'all, our kids need this school, and I want Chaseland to go to 6th through 8th at that school. And whatever y'all got on y'all mind, I'm asking y'all to please see children and community. It's time for the people that came to serve us to really serve us now. And we asking y'all this in good faith, I would say. Thank you. You want to say something? You can't. You old enough, say what you want. Come on. Well, you can't look at TikTok tonight.
You can't threaten that baby, Miss Carpenter.
I just want to say Peria have helped me a lot. And they helped me when my mama was gone.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Robert Davis III, Tia James, DeAndrea Strickland.
Good evening. Dr. Robert Davis III, 1124 Park Rose, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. I stand before you to share factual information that counters some of the information you've received about Peria, largely because of the embargo and the exhausted policy that outlines how charter schools are scored. Consequently, the 21-22 data is not indicative of our organization's restructuring or the current systems in play under my leadership as executive director. However, the 22-23 data does show the initial trend in growth with TVAS level 4, while still adding grade levels. Relatedly, the 23-24 data that was recently publicized shows a continued trend of growth with a TVAS level 5. We realized that last school year that our ambitious goal to expand grades was premature, and elected to hold on expanding while we worked intentionally to build capacity among staff and stakeholders with our learning model. Peria has a 25-year legacy that has positively impacted the North Memphis community. Our tenure as a charter option is not slight in continuing this tradition of providing quality education and service to families that may otherwise not be available to underserved communities if not for our fight for equity and quality. Contrary to what has been shared, Peria has established a pipeline to support our stability and student enrollment. We stand in the same trench as others around us as it relates to transiency. But our efforts are evident as we have invested in necessary programming, supporting students with disabilities, and offering CLUE service. Under my leadership, we have also made significant facility upgrades to ensure conducive learning space. I hope that you make an informed decision and consider the fact that this rush job perhaps does not give you the opportunity to really know what Peria has to offer. With respect to the remarkable work that our MSCS leaders have done, we aren't poised as an adversary. Our community needs as many improved options as we can offer, and we have proven that we are capable. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tia James. I am principal of Peria Elementary, and I am speaking on behalf of our charter amendment. Peria Elementary is a very unique school that serves the whole child and their families. With the significant increase in student population, we are a TVAS Level 5 school and have received the Tennessee Reward School designation for the second year in a row, which should be taken into consideration. Our data shows a consistent trend in the right direction, which is our basis for wanting to continue this impact by adding 6th grade. The critical support and service we provide to some of our most fragile cases can be significantly impacted by a transition to another location. Thank you.
Hello. Can y'all hear me? Well, my kid's been going to Peria since 2021.
Ma'am, state your name and your address for the record, please.
Oh, okay. My name is Deandra Strickland. My address is 972 Eldridge Avenue 38107. My kids have been going to Peria since 2021. It was when I first moved to the neighborhood, and I was looking for a school because I had recently just lost their father. And I was looking for a school that would help me with the grief and also support them academically. And I had 4 of them in Peria at the time. I had a 4th grader, a kindergarten, and my twins were in pre-K. So when I came to Peria, they not only helped my children, but me as well when it came to the grief process. Like, their sales team is excellent. And they gave us strategies to help cope, but also help my children cope within the classroom, as well as supported them academically. Academically, they are excelling. Like, I have seen a complete, I'm saying that grief hasn't gotten in the way of causing them to act out like behaviorally. And if they do have their moments, they have a great sales team that comes in, pull them from the classroom, like when they need a moment, but also brings them back and supports them. And for me, that has done a lot, because not only is that, I'm also a mother. I have lupus, so by me being a single mother, I need all the support that I can get. And I have had that for 7 years. And they support me in that area as well with resources that could help me with my children. And also, academically, they have a new program that I would like to think was inspired by my oldest son. Academically, he excels, and Peria saw that, and they brought a program there that would help him excel. And he is also, like, he has a 504, and they saw the needs that the children need, and they are willing to meet them. And I just think 6th grade through 8th grade would be instead of sending them somewhere else, they can stay in a school that's already has built a foundation with them and help them continue grow. Because if we have to be real and be honest about it, what other school do you know is out here helping them socially, emotionally, as well as academically? We have to call a spade, and that's what it is. And Peria have helped my children, as well as me, come a long way. And they love the school. Like, I'm every day, we going to school. I'm like, yeah, you going. So it's like they look forward to seeing their teachers. And the moment they get out the car, they run up to their teachers. They want to hug them. They look forward to like leaving school. They want to hug them again. I'm like, you've been with them all day, but I got to hug my teacher. And so, and the principal and Dr. Davis are amazing. So I do think that 6th through 8th grade would be a great addition to keep the foundation going, to keep the kids that, you know, keep them going and keep it great. So I think it should. Thank you.
Our final three speakers are Brian Ingram, Gwendolyn Cade, and Henry Sanders.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Brian Ingram, address 1250 Valentine, Memphis, Tennessee, and I am a proud board member and serve as the academic committee chair at the schools of Peria. I'm here to speak on our charter amendment. Tonight, I stand before you to ask you a question. Are our children worth 1/1700ths of a point? Not 1,700, but 0.17. If we were talking money, we would be talking 1 dime, 1 nickel, and 2 pennies, but tonight, we're talking children. And although the school has near perfect scores on 2 of the 3 indicators, the recommendation before you is to deny the charter, and it is based on 17/10ths of a point that was calculated using lagging data from the 21-22 school year and does give 0 consideration to the current school status. So to determine if a numerical difference is significant, one would need to consider the context and the level of precision required. In this case, context being the facts and precision being the policy. Well, here's the context. This summer, mere weeks before school started, the Board of Memphis Scholars voted to close Caldwell Guthrie, and the district opted to reopen it as an expanded K-8 school, although only 101 students were enrolled across 2 campuses at the time of the closure. During its last year of operation, this same school earned a letter grade of an F on the state's report card. However, Peria stands before you today, less than a mile away from Caldwell Guthrie, and we seek to add 1 grade for the next 3 years. And with that ask, we stand with a C on the current state report card. Level 5 growth, reward school status, decreased chronic absenteeism, and increased enrollment, yet a recommendation of denial is before you. Board commissioners, as you prepare to vote on the approval of our charter amendment, I simply ask that you consider the context of Peria's ongoing continuous improvement efforts and its unwavering commitment to the North Memphis community for over 2 decades, and not just 17/10ths of precision to a policy. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gwendolyn Cade, 2791 Misty Bay Drive, Lakeland, Tennessee, 38002. I'm writing this letter in support of Peria Elementary, which is a level 5 school. I'm in support of getting 6th through 8th grade added. I'm a parent of Caitlin and Chloe Cade, who have been in Peria since pre-K. I'm writing this letter because at schools of Peria, our students are being prepared academically, socially, and emotionally for success by creating and maintaining classroom and school environments that are student-centered with high academic expectations and where all students are felt welcomed, appreciated, and valued. The schools of Peria have developed a culture for Peria families to collaborate and work together as one system that encourages families to learn from one another and in groups invite community partnerships to share education and career experiences with families and provide opportunities for continued participation and involvement. Parent involvement is vital in the success of our students. Research shows that parent involvement enhances student self-esteem, increases academic achievement and cognitive development, and improves student behavior and attendance. Peria is home for us. Peria is family. Peria is what our students know and love. Note I said I live in 38002. I drive past plenty of schools from my home to Peria every day for my kids to get the quality education that they're getting. Like the other parents have said, don't force us to have to look for another alternative for our students when they are receiving the support that they need right where they are. The staff at Peria, for some students, is the only sense of security and sense of belonging that they feel. I have witnessed firsthand the exceptional work Peria has done, not only in the lives of ours, but in so many others. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and I'm sure by adding 6 through 8, we will create a lasting change and yield remarkable results, not only for the current students of Peria, but the surrounding neighborhoods. Please approve the amendment for this charter.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Sanders, address 1615 Herman Street, and I want to speak as a concerned citizen of the North Memphis community and a village member of multiple children attending or that have attended Peria Elementary School. I want to speak in support of Peria and getting an amendment to initiate the charter by adding 6th to 8th grade. Being a part of the Memphis Lift and the North Memphis community, I have witnessed firsthand the astonishing work Peria Elementary has done for children as well as parents in our community, and it is in my opinion that adding 6th to 8th grade will continue to show progress and continuous growth and betterment for education success in areas most forgotten about. A great quote that I know says, if we can believe, we can achieve. And I want to end by saying that it is all of our responsibility to create a better system for our children, or at least attempt to correct some of the mishaps from our previous errors. To stand by idly is to die, and we have been dead for too long. Initiative only takes one person, and in this case, one vote, and it can start a revolution. So thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 items to address under the request for action this evening. Peria Charter School, Memphis School of Excellence Cordova, and Tennessee Career Academy. Now we turn it over to Superintendent.
Thank you. Good evening. Madam Chair, Board will begin with Tennessee Career Academy. The recommendation is that the Board adopt the approval of the amendment to petition for the Tennessee Career Academy, and this is for a location change. In short, the original approved address that the Board approved, the building did not meet the requirements, and so the current proposed location does. It used to be Memphis Merit Academy, and so this recommendation is just to approve a location change.
Okay, so we need
Tawana?
I don't. I do. I want to move to make a motion to for the location change.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. That was my second.
Your second. Okay.
ready to vote. Roll call vote.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner McKissick,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Love,
Aye.
Commissioner McKinney,
Aye.
Commissioner Otey,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Board Chair Coleman.
Aye.
You have 9 in the affirmative.
Thank you. That motion passes.
The second one for Peria Elementary. Just based on the policy, the recommendation is for the board to adopt the denial of the amendment petition. This is for two separate asks, the addition of grade levels 6, 7, and 8, and the request for the increased enrollment. When we look at Peria, again, this is all based on board policy, and the board certainly has the flexibility to shift. They are asking to add grade level 6, 7, and 8, increase the enrollment from 337 to 693. They currently have an enrollment capacity of 480 for a K-5 structure. What this all really boils down to is the school performance scorecard. The policy currently requires a 3.0 or higher, and Peria currently has a 2.83. We do recognize the level 5 TVOS composite score. This recommendation is based on 2022-2023 data that was made available at the time of the application, the deadline of October 1st. And so that's what it essentially boils down to, the three areas of academics, operations, and finance, the score of 2.83.
Take them in order. Commissioner McKissick, Commissioner Hewitt-Garcia, Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Love, and Commissioner Otey. They got it wrong. I'm sorry. Commissioner McKinney, not Commissioner Love. I apologize.
Thank you, Chair Coleman. I've heard the comments from the public regarding the need for the school to expand its grade band, and I think that has merit and value. I have questions, though, Superintendent, regarding the attendance numbers. You say they're at 337 where they have capacity to 480, and I want to know how long have they been not enrolled at their maximum capacity. My question is, in light of looking to expand to 693 when they have not been able to meet their enrollment of 480, I think there is definitely room for expanding the grade band, but my concern is on the enrollment numbers, to have that significant leap when the track record so far is they have not met enrollment for what they do have. But I do see the value of expanding the grade band.
So the question is, have they ever met the enrollment capacity of 480?
That is correct.
That answer would be no.
Commissioner Hewitt-Garcia.
I had a technical question. Are we allowed to separate similar to Board Member McKissick, would we be able to approve an expansion of grade bands with the current enrollment, or is that something with 140 seats not filled? Is that enough room to grow 6 through 8?
Is your question, can we separate and say, yes, you can add grades, but not necessarily say, yes, you can increase the enrollment to 693? Is that the question?
Correct.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Murphy.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Madam Superintendent, from my understanding, this will be the only middle school in that district. And from listening to the comments, I think that even though they're not at the 480 that they need to be at, we still need to give them the opportunity to go to the 6th and the 8th grade, because these kids really need that school. And listening to the parents and the children, they admire the principals and they admire the staff. So it's not about the growth that they have not reached. It's the mere fact that we have they have educated our students, and they are at a level 5. We can't take that away from them. So I'm asking that we amend it.
Commissioner McKinney.
Thank you. It has been recommended that I recuse myself from this vote and discussion because of my affiliation with Whole Child Strategies and having worked with Peria.
Thank you. Commissioner Otey.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair, Superintendent, I'd like to ask my colleagues for support on this matter. As Ms. Murphy said, there isn't a middle school there, and I was kind of doing a little bit of research and taking feedback from you guys as well as other teachers and parents and children in the area, and you don't have a middle school. The children are doing really well. They are at a level 5. There's not much in between the Klondike and the Valentine area, and we do need to, I think it'll be beneficial to add those additional grades. I don't know if any of us spend time in that area. I do. I have family out there. My dad has a small church there, and I think it's a need. And I want to support this, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to please support this expansion.
Commissioner McKissick.
Thank you to my colleagues. I absolutely believe and see and understand the need for expanding the grade bands. I have no problem at all with expanding it 6 through 8. My concern is just for the numbers, because just historically they've been around for a very long time and have not met the numbers that is on their charter application right now. So I just want to ensure that, you know, we're setting them up for success and not just saying, oh, they're, you know, getting reports back and being dinged in future years for under enrollment. And because that's something that could be a concern moving forward. And I wish there was someone who could speak to me about like why the need for such the significant jump at this point. So I don't know, Superintendent, if there's if they're permissible to come to the mic for someone to speak to that. Is that all right? If there's someone in the audience, perhaps the principal or the executive director.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide some clarification. The ultimate ask and the intent was that we would be able to stabilize the current enrollment and see the attrition of those 5th graders move into the 6th, then the 7th, and the 8th, which would then give us, you know, the leverage that we need in terms of the numbers. We do agree that the number could be ambitious, considering the community and the deficits that we see there in terms of the census around families, but we do have a bit of promise next door with the North Square development and the city's revitalization around Memphis 3.0. So we're ambitious around that piece and want to be prepared to take in families that are moving into some of those new homes that are being built with the works and all that. We work in partnership with all those things. So we would accommodate whatever choice you would give us in terms of, or option you would give us with regards to adjusting the number. But certainly I desire to expand the grade, but that's the justification for that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Can you just, how many students are in your 5th grade class currently?
There are currently 55 5th graders, and last year was our first year of 5th grade capacity. So last year was, to your earlier question, that's when we reached the expansion point of our initial charter.
So next year, 6th grade, what numbers were you?
We would anticipate that 55, we realize there's about a 10 to 15% standard attrition rate, so we're banking on about 45 quality seats.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Davis, hold on before you leave the mic. My question is kind of along the lines of Ms. McKissick, Board Commissioner McKissick, but it's a little different. Do you think you have lost students because when they get to the 5th grade, if I have our child already in middle school, do you think that has impacted you at all?
We absolutely know that has impacted us. We have families that have still barriers. They can't manage to get students at multiple sites, the elementary and the middle school. We, at one point, did co-locate with Believe. Some of our students the prior year did take their students there, but there have been some changes there, and that's just not a feasible option for some of our parents at this time. And it presents a hardship.
I'm listening to you. I was asking what middle schools to see were in your area, were close by you.
So otherwise, our only other middle school options would be Snowden, and we understand the optional track that would be required there. We do have some pathways that we support students in going to Grizzlies Prep, which has been all boys options. Ms. Strickland's son, we supported her in getting him there. And then we would have now the newly reopened Caldwell Guthrie.
So either way, it will be a little bit of a track to get those students from the 6th through 8th graders to one of the middle schools.
Absolutely, and I did want to just pinpoint again the fact that we have some critical cases in which we are supporting them with clinical therapy.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Hugh Garcia.
What is if the board approved tonight, the increase of grade level bands with the current enrollment, when would be the next opportunity they would be able to come before us to request an increased cap? Just based on what was shared, even we say 55 across the board for 6th, 7th, and 8th, you're pretty close to getting to your enrollment. How long would they have to wait to come back?
Great question. So according to the TDOE application, you have to make any amendments for adding or removing grade levels or changing enrollment. You have to submit that petition in the fall preceding the school year in which the proposed amendment would take effect. So their next opportunity would be next fall.
Fall of the 25-26 school year?
By October 1st, yes.
Chair, may I? So what would be the next steps if I certainly would love to support expanding the grade band? I'm just concerned about the numbers, the enrollment numbers of just automatically putting it out there. And I don't want someone to come back and say, well, it's not being successful. Students are not wanting to come to this school because of just an overinflated enrollment numbers right now. What would be, maybe Dr. Schultz, what would be the next steps to try to, for me to support that?
Eventually motion has to be brought. I can see maybe 3 different motions happening. One, if you don't wish to adopt any of the requested changes, then simply move to adopt the position of the superintendent. Then if you make a motion to increase the grade level, you can separate that from the increase in enrollment, make the motion that way, and then the enrollment one can be done separately as a separate vote, and you can vote it up or down. So there's lots of possibilities for you. Just a question of who gets to make that motion first.
Commissioner Murphy.
To your question, I think that moving it from 337 to 693 is a stretch, but if we take it down a little bit and give them that allowance to still go into the 6th and the 8th grade, I think that that would be more feasible for them, because it's a stretch to get these kids to all of the schools that are surrounding them. And when this is directly in their area, with it being only middle school that's there, I don't think that we should take that opportunity away from them. I think we should give them an opportunity, because there's always a space for growth, because none of our schools, to be honest with you, have met those marks. So I'm just thinking that we give them the opportunity to grow. We give them the opportunity to take it to the next level, which moving it to the 6th and the 8th grade. Thank you. I recommend that we amend the charter and go ahead and give them the opportunity. Enrollment too, correct.
Commissioner McKinney. I'm sorry, they've got this all. Commissioner Love.
Superintendent, you were speaking about the policy. You care to expound on that?
So in the policy, the instructions for completing and submitting the letter of intent to amend a charter application, at the bottom in the submission deadlines, it just highlights that if you're seeking an amendment to add or remove grade levels or change enrollment, you must submit your petition in the fall preceding the school year in which the proposed amendment would take effect. And so in this case, what the school is asking for, they would not have the opportunity to do so again until the fall of 2025.
Is there someone who can speak on the policy?
Speak on the policy?
Yeah.
Specifically?
The policy.
This policy or our internal policy?
Our internal policy.
Sure. I think Ms. Stewart is out here. Ms. Parker is out here as well. What's your specific question?
Do we need to get the policy changed or modified?
Ms. Parker, we talked about this earlier. This is the state requirement that I'm reading. In terms of the policy, I think you're referring to what I was mentioning earlier. That would be the school performance score, which is why the recommendation is made. And so if that's, I can go back to that. So the school performance scorecard, I think, is what you're asking about. Okay, so that is our policy. And so that's the sequence that you see on the slide here. There's a set of criteria that is evaluated, and ultimately we land at these scores. And so what the policy says right now is that a score of 3.0 or higher is required, and then in those 3 areas of academics, operations, and finance. And so where a school does not meet those requirements, or where there's a network of schools and all schools don't meet the requirements, then we have recommendations like this. And so the board does have the flexibility to strengthen the policy or improve it in such a way. Well, I won't lean into any way or the other, but the board does have the flexibility to shift the policy. Absolutely.
Commissioner Otay?
Apologies, I thought I turned my light off. But just to echo what Murphy said, the travel has been an issue too. And speaking to some of the parents in the community, they're willing to rally, if you will, to get more students to attend the school next year. So I do see that there's a lot of potential for growth for enrollment next year. So I would love to give them the opportunity to do this. I would love to have you guys support.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes, I would challenge us to understand that the more we add, the more we lose. Certainly, we have a duty to protect the schools that are in service at this time. So these students have to come from somewhere, and there are only so many students. So wherever the students will come from, that school will then be one school that we will have to close. So I'm not in the closing business, and I think that we should educate all children, and we should educate them at the highest level of wherever they are, but not to cross town and go grab from here and there, but get in your own house, in your own yard, and take care of that, and you've done well. It's not the numbers, it is the quality of education that you give them.
Superintendent?
I think you mentioned the impact, the financial impact of the proposed enrollment to go to 693 would be approximately 1.5 million. Yes.
Commissioner McKissick, this is everybody's third, except Commissioner Love.
All
Third
right.
time.
Third and final. So, no, I'm absolutely in support of expanding the grade band. I really am. I'm just, but, well, that's your question to ask. I'll let you follow up with that. But it's just that, you know, an additional 200 and something odd students, that is a lot. And I know and I hear that the role with the social emotional learning aspect of it, I absolutely have heard every single word. But I also know that I just, you know, 200 and something, I'm just stuck on that point and trying to set you up for success because you're adding it one grade at a time. And I just want to see a little bit more time of what you do with this additional grade before just writing a blank check right now with the numbers. So that's where I'm hesitant on that. Mr. Davis, Dr. Davis.
Commissioner Hewitt Garcia.
I had a clarifying question on the financial impact. Is the financial impact is only if they meet that enrollment? That Tisa, the allocations to our charter schools are based on prior year enrollments, and then we adjust from there if it is different from that. Is it we don't send 1.5 million out the door if they don't enroll 693. It is adjusted for people.
Right, so the presumption here, a wide presumption, is if 213 students go there, then naturally they're coming from somewhere in our space.
Sure.
And then based on that per pupil cost, that it gets us just across the $1.5 million mark. But certainly that's not a check we send out, and that's not something that we lose, you know, automatically.
Yeah.
It's just the impact that could be felt if this particular number of 213 were to be reached.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Is that okay?
Commissioner Murphy.
I'm going to agree with Commissioner Williams. It's the quality of what they've been doing. They are a level 5. We can't take that away from them. The education is there. The teachers are teaching. The principal is doing their jobs. So I understand that we have boundaries and we're setting boundaries, but I think that we give everybody the opportunity, and I just say let's give them the opportunity.
Vice Chair Love?
I'm going to agree with Board Commissioner McKissick. Plain and simple. I approve the charter grade band, but I don't approve the recommendation for the grade expansion. Tawana.
What?
Okay, I need a motion.
I make a motion to separate the question, and we can vote on it individually.
Check for general consent. Is there any objection to dividing the question?
Any objection to dividing?
No objection.
Second.
On what you have.
Okay, the motion is,
Consent is the same as doing a vote.
The
No
mo-
one objects to it.
Okay.
okay. Now, can I get a motion that we,
I move to expand the grade band with the existing enrollment numbers.
Second.
I second.
Go ahead.
I second.
with the existing numbers?
Yeah.
So that frees them up that if they don't make the adjusted numbers, they will not be penalized.
Right.
Okay, we
Okay.
have a second?
Second.
Second.
We want to make the motion to approve the grade band 6 through 8.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay? Motion by Commissioner McKissick, second by Vice Chair Love.
And to maintain, her motion is and to maintain the current enrollment.
No.
We need to separate.
Let me clarify that right now. I would like to make the motion to expand the grade band, period, 6 through 8.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's the motion, hold on y'all, we're excited. The motion is to expand the grade band 6 through 8. That's all we're voting on right now, okay? Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner McKissick,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Love,
Aye.
Commissioner McKinney, Commissioner Otey,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams, Board Chair Coleman.
Aye.
You have 8 in the affirmative and 1 recusal.
Thank you, that motion passes. Now,
I move to approve the denial of the increased enrollment.
Actually,
Okay,
better
there's-
than a negative motion like that, where you have to vote the opposite way. If the motion could be positive, to allow it, and then if you don't want to allow it, then vote negative.
The recommendation of the administration.
Yeah, adopt the recommendation of the superintendent on the
So we're
enrollment figure.
voting against the
to
recommendation.
deny the increase in the enrollment.
Yeah.
We can get there two different ways.
So she's going
Yeah.
against what Dr. Fagan said. So you're going against.
To
right?
appro-
If you approve the
Yes.
if you approve the administration's report on enrollment, that denies the enrollment increase also.
So the recommendation that I made was for the board to adopt the denial of the increased enrollment, and so she's moving to approve the denial of the increased enrollment.
So voting yes means no increase.
Voting yes means there's no increase in the enrollment. Okay? Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner McKissick,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Love,
Aye.
Commissioner Otey,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Board Chair Coleman.
Aye.
You have 8 in the affirmative and 1 recusal.
And let's be perfectly clear, in October, if they see that their enrollment, their numbers are growing, they can go back and amend this. They can come back before this body. We'll have it together by then. Submit the application and come back to increase their numbers. Okay?
One down.
Our third one is Memphis School of Excellence, Cordova.
The recommendation based on policy is to adopt the denial of the amendment petition from Memphis School of Excellence, Cordova for increased enrollment. The school does have a 98.6% graduation rate, which is commendable. The current enrollment capacity is 475. We do acknowledge that they are a level 5 school in terms of TVAS composite. The current enrollment is 364, and their proposed enrollment is to add an additional 205 students to reach an enrollment of 680. This will be an approximate financial impact to the district if this is achieved of $1.45 million. All schools in the network do not have the 3.0, as we mentioned earlier. The district's policy is to have a 3.0 or higher on the most available school or on the school performance scorecard. And of course, this is based on the most available data, which was from 2022-2023. It requires a 3.0 in all areas: academics, operations, and finance. This school the evidence of support for this particular school for the amendment from parents, staff, and community stakeholders was also missing from the application, and this is required. The school is in its 4th year. And this academic year serving 6 through 12 with an enrollment of 364. Again, the current capacity is 475.
Commissioner Vice Chair Love.
How, 4 years? They're increasing their enrollment to how many?
So this is the school's 4th year of operation. The request that they're asking for is to increase the enrollment by 205 students, which would take the proposed enrollment capacity to 680, up from 475, of which they have not met just yet.
Superintendent, can you speak about the grade bands? How many students do they have in each grade?
Current enrollment per grade band. Ms. Parker, can you provide that information? I don't have it on my paper here.
Thank you. At the time that the application was submitted, that was the enrollment. Our current enrollment for that particular school has increased close to around 450. I can provide those grade bands in just a moment. I can look that up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner McKinney. Commissioner McKinney.
I'm sorry. I have a question about and I don't know if this is for policy, legal, or the charter office. I have a question about the failure of completing the application checklist, and what is the impact of us making any decision today about this with the state if we're not in compliance with the state regs, if any? Do we have the opportunity? Can we waive that?
Ms. Parker.
Commissioner McKinney, would you mind repeating the question about waiving?
So my understanding from the Tennessee Charter School Commission rules is that they have to have certain things a part of the application. And one of those things is the minutes of the board meeting approving the amendment and vote results. And you all indicate in here that they do not have that. So my question to you all is, what is the impact if we were to make a decision on what would be the impact if we said yes to this? but they don't have the full application.
So thank you for that question. I think that would be something that I would like to definitely get guidance from General Counsel because I can't speak specifically to that. But what I can say is that you're correct. The school did not provide the required board minutes, which is in the application, which is needed for us to receive and review and make a recommendation on the application.
Okay, so my suggestion for my fellow board members' consideration is give them an opportunity to cure that. We still have some days available. We have to do this by the 30th. So we still have a few days, but I am just cautionary because I don't know what kind of impact that would have on us. And frankly on them if it goes back to the state and the state says we didn't do it appropriately.
Commissioner Otey.
Chair Coleman, Vice Chair, Superintendent. I wanted to comment because this is in my area. We're specifically talking about Cordova, right? And so this will give the families opportunity to kind of expand and, right now especially decrease with overcrowding in the one school that we have. We're talking about the high school, the one high school we have in the area. So I do think there's opportunity for growth there, and I did do the due diligence and see what their current wait list was, and they currently have a wait list: 6th grade 221, 7th grade 114, 8th grade 86, 9th grade 114, 10th grade 54, 11th grade 45, and 12th grade are currently standing at 15 students on the wait list, not to mention they're a level 5 school. So I would like to, if we're all in compliance with everything, I would like to also ask for support from our colleagues for expansion for Memphis School of Excellence.
Commissioner McKinney.
I want to make sure that it's clear that I support this. I think they're doing an excellent job. They have done incredible work over the past year, and that is exemplified by the fact that they have a TVOS level of 5. I want to make sure that we don't do something and then it has to be undone. And so that is my one question. And so I just like to make sure that we are doing what we're supposed to do in terms of following the state regulations in terms of charter amendments.
Commissioner Hugh Garcia.
Thank you, and thank you, Board Member Otey. I know this is your district, so I generally I want to hear that perspective, and I do know that we have a demand. That's clear to me. I want to know, could we provide a contingency vote to Board Member McKinney's concern? Could we do a contingency vote approval upon procuring the remaining checklist item, if that's of a concern, so that by November 30th they present that to the district? Could we do a contingency vote? Are we able to get an answer to this? This seems like a pretty straightforward compliance.
Is there a representative from the school here tonight?
Do these exist and we just don't have them? I see somebody making their way. Yep, they're coming.
So the question before us, I'm sorry. Was concerning the, I lost my paper. What was it? No, not the grade band. Their your board minutes, do you have your board minutes?
Yes, ma'am, we do have the board minutes.
So it was just omitted out of your package?
We can definitely submit that to you as quickly as possible. Yes, ma'am.
See Ms. Parker? She looking at you? That's who you got to submit it to, not to us.
Absolutely, I will submit it to Ms. Park. Yes,
Chair, I will caution until we can get, a response from legal. As it concerns accepting items after a deadline, especially in the middle of a meeting, but to see if that is something that is allowable. One, this is not the district's requirement. This is the state application. That was not submitted to the district, so I do want to be clear that at the time, October 1st, when this was submitted, that was not provided for review.
Oh, I apologize.
No, it's
I
okay.
thought
It's
there's
okay.
a difference between submitting and
Yeah,
omitting.
yeah.
So I thought we wanted the impression that they just omitted, not the other
Oh, it was
way
not
around.
submitted to the department, to the Office of Charters. And so upon the review, this is how the recommendation landed, based on the items that we had. I think the greater opportunity is Board Member McKinney's question is, what happens if the board does move to approve? What's the impact and implications there? But in terms of what was originally submitted, that's all that we can go by and bring the recommendation to the board.
Okay, we apologize for the confusion.
If I can provide the enrollment by grade band, just so you can have all the information that you've asked for before you move forward, for the grade band, the current. I think someone asked for it, so I
Oh,
can
you
have
have
that.
the wait list, right?
Yeah, this is the current enrollment.
She has the current.
So by grade band, in grade 6 right now, 86 students. In grade 7, 94. Grade 8, 88. Grade 9, 78. Grade 10, 41. Grade 11, 41. In grade 12, there are 14 students. That's the current enrollment by grade band.
Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to the wait list that Commissioner Otey has provided for us, that it would be feasible because they're almost there and they have a large waiting list for each class, for each grade. So I don't think it would be, I think it would be feasible. I think they can meet those numbers because their numbers are growing according to their waiting list. So I don't think that it will be a problem to take it from 475 to 680. Because they're almost there, and those are offsprings from my schools, because Hickory Hill is mine and Winchester is mine. And so with their attendance, I think that it would be feasible. I think they can do it.
Commissioner Otey?
She answered my question. Asked my question.
Bam.
Does the council have anything?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer the question, and I agree with the superintendent, I think that the amendment needs to be evaluated based on the application as it was submitted, which was contained incomplete information. I think that is partly baked into the scoring rubric. And I think the superintendent's also right that, just to clarify the point, that any information, I don't think it's proper for the board to consider any information that's submitted after the deadline.
So I move to accept the district's recommendation. For denial.
Just in case somebody.
Need a second.
Can I have a second? Second by Commissioner Williams. Roll call vote, please.
McKissick.
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia.
Pass.
Commissioner Murphy,
Pass.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Love, Commissioner McKinney,
Aye.
Commissioner Otay,
I want to pass because I want them to have, I mean, if we're completely out of compliance.
You can't
Okay.
explain it.
Okay.
Commissioner Williams, Board Chair Coleman.
Aye.
Okay, you have 7 in the affirmative and 3 pass.
You gotta go back for the ones that pass.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Porter, you said.
I didn't pass.
I'm sorry, I
Board
wrote
Member
this down
Hugh
wrong.
Garcia, Board Member Murphy, Board Member Otay.
Okay, okay. Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy,
Now, when we supposed to ask a question of why we pass? Ain't that what you just said? Oh, okay, aye.
Commissioner Otay.
Aye.
You have 9 in the affirmative.
Thank you, that motion passes. No further business, this meeting is adjourned. We'll take a quick 5-minute recess in case someone wants to leave. We'll let them go. Okay, okay. Who's spotlight? I don't know. Who did it? 2024 work session. Ms. Clark, please call the roll.
Commissioner McKissick,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Here.
Here. I'm present, thank you.
is he here? Commissioner Love, Commissioner McKinney,
Here.
Commissioner Otay, Commissioner Williams,
Here.
Board Chair Coleman,
Present.
Commissioner Porter. You have 8 in the affirmative.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. We are now on to Spotlight on the Arts. This month's Spotlight is on Delano Optional Elementary School. Look at him waving. Tonight's Spotlight on the Arts performance highlights students from Delano Optional Elementary School under the direction of Dr. David McNair. District 3. I was told to say that. District 3. This performing group consists of 3rd through 5th grade students. Students make a commitment to rehearse once per week after school and spend time memorizing the songs being learned. This is the group's first off-campus performance of the year. Thank you for the opportunity to share our love of music with you. This year, they will perform at the Children's Museum holiday event for one of our school adopters. Tonight's selection is the Delano Delano Elementary Chorus theme song. The text resounds with the sentiment that is as point today as it was when it was first introduced to the Delano Chorus over 10 years ago. Enjoy The Loudest Voice, composed by Jenny Owens.
out good.
She did. She was excellent. She did interview me. She was excellent.
I took her class to be the governor, and I was a TA. When I was like, why did you get the picture? I was like, I'm the third grader in this school. And I was like, in the front with honesty.
We finna approve the agenda. Yeah, you right. Okay, we got 5. You just wait. Okay, I can. Just do that. Like I said in my ticket. You over there about to break out. You said, do we have some special recognition?
I was on my potluck thing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Set. You can go. Go ahead. Go.
We are now on the agenda of staff action items. The first item on the agenda, 9.1.
We have to approve the agenda first.
Well, it's not on here.
Who is?
Nope.
Shit, what happened to the approval of the agenda?
Oh, okay. The question is now on the approval of the agenda. Are there any amendments?
Madam Chair, we'd like to remove items 9.5, 9.6, and 9.7. Those are the charter fall amendments that we just reviewed during the special call. And then we will add item 9.29, Emergency Connectivity Fund, ECF repayment.
Board members?
Hold on.
There being no further amendments to the agenda, is there a motion for the approval of the agenda and a second?
I motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Murphy, second by Commissioner Hewitt Garcia. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Love, Commissioner McKinney,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams, Board Chair Coleman.
Aye.
You have 7 in the affirmative.
Thank you. That motion passes. We are now on to the chair's report. No report tonight. We're now on to the superintendent's report. Superintendent Fagan.
Good evening again, everyone. We'll start this evening off just catching everyone up about where we are. We'll start with Come to Win, which is our attendance strategy that has proven quite effective for us. Of course, we know at this time we have champions, winners, and participants. At this point, we're on period 3, and again, we follow the state's 20-day period, and so we're on the third 20-day period, and you can see that we still have well over 50,000 of our students who are champions, meaning they have not missed, I think at this point, more than 2 days. And then our winners have not missed more than 3, I think, and then our participants are still holding on as well. You can see the improvement from period 1 for our winners and participants, and then even an increase in the number of champions. And so again, we're asking our students for us to be able to count on them, count on me to win, or count on me every day to win. And so we're proud of all of our schools and the efforts of our attendance liaisons, our principals, and all of our families who continue to bring our students and ensure that we emphasize the significance and the importance of being in school. We say congratulations to schools who have maintained an attendance rate of 95% or higher through our third 20-day reporting period. Anything over 90% is great, but 95% is pretty tough in a school environment. And so we shouted these schools out individually today at our principals meeting. And so congratulations to these schools who have maintained at least 95% attendance throughout the year. Reach 180, in the same vein or spirit of attendance, we also still recognize the opportunity and the need to underscore chronic absenteeism and truancy. And so this particular initiative is in collaboration with the District Attorney's Office as well as Judge Sugarman with the juvenile court system. This was one more layer that I wanted to add as superintendent. We handled 2 meetings at the school level before making a recommendation to the juvenile court system, and so we added one more layer, which is a letter from the superintendent, a mandatory meeting for the family to participate. We learned the barriers that students and families may be experiencing. We have partners that are seated around the rooms to provide immediate supports in this particular venue. Last month, we had nearly 400 students and families to attend. This month, our meeting is Thursday from 9 to 12 at the Memphis Sports and Events Center. We made 6 or 3 recommendations or referrals to the juvenile court system, so we do honor our part in recognizing that attendance is a state requirement, and certainly there has to be some outcomes when those expectations are not met. TVAs, we have received our scores back officially now. For the first time in 3 years, the district earned a level 5 score in every subject area, including literacy, numeracy, science, and social studies. So congratulations on the work done there. These specific schools, there are a total of 86 schools that achieved a level 5 composite score. That's an increase from 69 schools last year. We did shout each individual school out today during our principals meeting. Again, TVAS is about measuring growth, and we do honor that growth is important, although we understand that proficiency is still our goal, but we do pause to celebrate and acknowledge the hard work that is done to demonstrate the type of growth necessary to achieve a level 5 status. We did have 13 of the 86 schools, which is a magnificent feat, to move from a level 1 to a level 5. And so I will say those here: American Way Middle School, Compass Community School, Orange Mound, Dexter School, Freedom Prep Elementary, Park Rose, Hamilton School, Hickory Ridge Elementary, KIPP Memphis Collegiate High School, Lawrence Elementary Middle, Sherwood Middle, Southwind High School, Treadwell Middle School, Westside Elementary, and Willow Oaks Elementary. Congratulations. Also acknowledging our level 4 schools, and we have 14 schools to reach a level 4. Again, growth matters. We had 37 schools to reach a level 3 status. And so we know that when a school is growing, we're that much closer to achieving proficiency on TCAP. So not to bring everyone down, but just to continue in a space of transparency, we're shifting from TVAS, which measures growth, to TCAP, which measures proficiency. In grades 3 through 8 here, you're looking at ELA. We have an increase of 1.7% of students who met or exceeded expectations this year as compared to last year. In math, grades 3 through 8, we increased 3%. A number of students who met or exceeded expectations. Science, 2.1% increase, and then social studies, 2.1 increase as well. TCAP end of course, when we're looking at English 1, an increase of 1.2%, met or exceeded expectations. English 2, an increase of 1.1%. We're looking at 2.9 and 3.5% in Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 respectively. 7%, which was our highest increase in geometry. 4.1% in biology increase, and then we're not sure what happened just yet, but we'll take a look in U.S. history, a decline of 1.5%, a decrease of 1.5%. Our graduation rate, I think Mr. White shared with me this is the first time in decades, and so our 83.4% certainly far exceeds pre-pandemic level, but I believe this is the first time, according to Mr. White, that the district has hit this in quite some time. So job well done to all of our schools for attaining this. Schools that managed to achieve 90% or higher graduation rate, we're looking at City University School of Liberal Arts, Cordova High School, Crosstown High School, which I visited today. Hello there. East High School, Germantown High School, Hollis F. Price Middle School, Memphis School of Excellence, Middle College High School, Power Center Academy High School, Soulsville Charter School, Southwind High School, and Whitehaven High School. When this is placed on the website, board members will make sure that we place your names and districts next to it. Again, this was the presentation that I gave to the principals today. But congratulations to these schools and the respective board members these schools, your districts. 22 schools increased their state graduation rate by at least 1% from 2022, 2023 to 23-24. You're looking at Sheffield High School, City University School of Arts, Wooddale, Southwind, Overton, Trezevant, Kirby, Compass Community Midtown, Raleigh Egypt High School, Memphis Virtual, Westwood High School, Melrose Middle College, Freedom Prep Academy Flagship, Cordova, Invictus Academy, Kingsbury High School, Crosstown High School, Memphis School of Excellence, East High School, Craigmont High School, and Soulsville Charter School. Congratulations to these schools. I think the greatest increase here was 11.8% demonstrated by Sheffield High School, so congratulations and well done. 25 schools met their federal annual measurable objective in 2024, and then of these schools, 22 of them met their double AMO. So congratulations to the schools mentioned and listed here. Our next level readiness metrics, continuing with what we presented since April. In K-5, we're looking at a current enrollment of 51,234 students. That is a decrease of 663 students across K-5. Looking at an absence rate, a decrease of 2%, and so looking, good, comparable to how we ended last year. Our non-charter schools down by 1.9% in terms of the absence rate, and then our charter schools by 2.6%. Are you looking at that? Okay. Chronic absenteeism. Across all schools, we're down about 4.1%. Why this is so important, as I shared with principals today, if we concluded the year today, we will have demonstrated a decrease in our chronic absenteeism rate, which is incredibly tough to do. And so if we continue at this rate, then we are on a trajectory to have demonstrated a decrease in our chronic absenteeism across all schools. And certainly as we look at our district schools, a decrease of 3%, and then our charter schools, decrease of 16.6%. So work is being done there. Well done to all of the teams so far. iReady Fall ELA below 65th percentile, 78.7%. That's a 0.1 increase. And then Fall Math below the 65th percentile is down by 4.5%. So something's happening there, but we're looking forward mostly to our testing in January. Across grades 6 through 8, looking at an enrollment increase of 584 students across all schools. Looking at an absence rate decreasing about 2.2% or 2.1% across all schools. Chronic absenteeism, again, down here to 20.8% across all of our schools. iReady Fall ELA below 65th percentile, 77.8%. So an improvement or increase there of about 1% as compared to the end of the year last year. And then the iReady Fall Math below 65th percentile in grades 6 through 8, 78.7%, just a slight increase there. Across grades 9 through 12, looking at a current enrollment increase of about 1,500 students across all schools, with the greatest increase at our district schools of 1,247 students, an absence rate of about 9%, which is a decrease in district schools, -1 or down about 1% across all schools, which is great considering high schools. Chronic absenteeism, you can see we're up just a little bit there across our high school spaces, which is to be expected, and the work there, we're working on our pain points, if you will, Fridays and Mondays, which we understand. When we look at it, we look at the data every day, and Fridays are Mondays are our toughest days in terms of our lowest attendance. Grades 9 through 11 graduation rate off track. We look forward to sharing that with you at the conclusion of the semester. K-12, next level readiness metrics, again, these are teacher vacancies. At the end of last year, we were at 7.9%. Right now, we're at 5.4%, so that is a decrease. The work there being done by our talent management team. And then certainly some other areas we look forward to decreasing this a bit more based on what we're bringing tonight for the board's approval. Unlicensed teachers, we are down 0.8% as well. Current enrollment across all schools, you can see, is an increase of about 1,591 students. Our district schools are down about 29 students, with our charters being up about 1,620 students. Our pre-K enrollment is our greatest decrease, approximately 233 students across all schools. Our absence rate overall across all schools, we're down about 1.8%. And then chronic absenteeism, we're sitting at about 25.5% across all of our schools K-12. And so again, we are demonstrating some decreases here, which is improvement in terms of the efforts and allocation of resources that the board approved. Just a brief facilities update. We have concluded the condition assessment project. That's about 22 million square feet and 201 facilities were assessed. And so the conditions of all district buildings, that's HVACs, roofs, that's structures, windows, paint, lighting, all were assessed. And so those reports are in. I think we're short about 3. Just getting the actual reports in, but all of the assessments themselves have been completed. The summary reports have been completed for each location. Now we're just standing that up for the board in a more condensed version for review. We're transferring it to our management system to review across the district to prioritize our capital projects and the recommendations that we will make. In this same vein, we do have, we're making the final touches to our real estate plan, made a commitment to have that for December, so we'll bring that to the December meeting, our official real estate plan. Assessments update. So legal has finished the agreements for 8 formative assessment groups, organizations, businesses. Schools have access to that. Several have already selected. Many are making the selections now. What that will allow us to do, as we've shared, is to review just kind of the outcomes, what schools are believing to be best for them to review, as we talk through and principals agreed, and teachers as well as the assistant principals during our huddle today, is that no school is alike. Not one school in our district is the same, and so allowing them to choose what is best for their space is the way forward right now. As we circle to have the continued conversations and monitor, we'll get the feedback and move to a concerted effort if necessary, but certainly allowing them the autonomy to choose their assessment. Again, these assessments allow them to synthesize the data, to review and analyze it in a formal way. It does not prevent formative assessments that have taken place every day, which is how formative assessments are administered, and it certainly does not prevent teachers and staff from reviewing and making real-time decisions, which is what's most important about a formative assessment. Our greatest opportunity is with our short cycle assessments, which is absent from a platform, and that is just strengthening our understanding of giving real-time assessments to understand how students are demonstrating masteries as it concerns specific standards and mastery of content. Our State of the District and State of the Schools is coming up. State of the District is January 29th, the guest house at Graceland. Our State of the Schools will lead up to the State of the District, which is the week of January 20th through the 24th. This is where individual schools will provide the status of their school, and then certainly I'll give the status of the district the week following. The question has been asked, are we having spring break learning academy? And so comparable to the decision not to have it during the fall was budgetary decisions. I think we spent well over $500,000 for the fall, and then I think just right at the same for the spring. So it was not included in the budget that the board approved in June. We're thinking differently about this though, because the opportunity to provide students a place to be exists, and certainly to do hands-on learning, and then certainly to lean more into our partnerships. And so what we're working through right now is asking our partners to avail their spaces for the week to do various activities in their own environment. This allows students to see in real time the work that they are working towards in terms of what they're learning in their buildings and being able to gain that hands-on learning. It also allows them to ask questions directly of adults, potential mentors, and those who have the professional expertise and backgrounds in areas that may help inform potential decisions that they want to make about career as we think about strengthening workforce development and making our connections for partnerships to strengthen those as well. Our day of service, as we think about a unique time of the year, it brings a bit of mixed emotions for some, joy for others, and then it was a reminder of loss and what is not and what no longer remains. And so I think it's always a great opportunity to get into the community and give, especially to a community that's given so much to all of us. And so schools are closed next week. Central office typically work, and so Monday I've shared with the team the opportunity, the full central office, to get out into the community and give back. And so we have all signed up somewhere to do something. Many of them are our partners, and then some are not yet partners just yet. And so we will dedicate Monday to be a soul of service. Madam Chair, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent. Commissioner McKinney.
Chair, through the chair to superintendent, can we get this on board docs, please? Okay. And again, it is helpful for all of us to be able to, including the public, to be able to go through this and follow it with you. And we got to figure out a way to make sure that we're not asking this question every time we have the meeting. So I would like us to endeavor to do that. Okay, thank you. I do have some questions about the report. May I?
Come on.
Okay. Can we go back to the enrollment? Actually, let's go back to the TVAS.
Which level? Specific level?
Level, school level, the TVAS level 5. I want to applaud all of these schools that did that, and I would like to also ask, do you know how many charter schools are represented in this?
Of the 86?
Yes.
I didn't distinguish it that way, but I can get the number.
Okay.
But I made sure we included them.
Yes, because what I want everyone to recognize and remind us of, that we get their data, and it's applied to us, good, bad, and the ugly. So we need to make sure that we're clear about that. 17?
Oh, there's more.
Yeah, that we're clear about that and how they add value, and how we can work together to figure out how to do some of these things together. So I want to make sure that while we use their data to say kudos to the district, we also need to express that they are doing that work too, and how can we leverage the relationships to help build upon all the good work that both the traditional and the charter schools are doing, thinking about what the original intent of charter schools were in the first place. So I just wanted to bring that to our attention. Then I want to go to proficiency, please. So I'm looking here, and I don't know if they do it, if they've done it. I appreciate that we have moved up in ELA grades 3 through 8. The question is, do we have the data for ELA grade 3? Just 3. Do we have the third grade data? Or is it?
Not in this report, but I can get that over to you.
Okay. So I would definitely, because that's something that we have, we're focusing a lot on third grade literacy rate. So it is very important that we are consistent and transparent in letting the public know where we are and how we're doing. So I would appreciate if we could do that for the next meeting so they could see what we're doing at third grade. And then I would like to go to the slide that gives all of the enrollment data. Let me
For
go
which
back.
grade band?
Okay. Enrollment, you just had a whole one that had the enrollment data, the numbers. non-charters, charter schools? I think that's the next level readiness.
It's K-12, 3, it's broken down by grade band. Was there a specific one?
Oh, actually,
There's K-5 here.
okay.
And then 6-8.
Do we have a total?
Yes, I do K-12.
Yes, let me have K-12, and we have non-charter. Okay, non-charter. Okay. So we have a little bit of declining enrollment. Okay, that's what I wanted to look at. I just wanted to see that clearly. But again, what would be helpful, so we have it in here.
Commissioner Hewitt Garcia.
Thank you. Can you go to the facility slide update? Can you just share a little more what you said you will be bringing a real estate plan? Can you share what does that entail and what can we expect to see in that?
Yes, so I want to distinguish for the public and certainly for the board, the real estate plan in itself is based on vacant land or land that we have, current vacant buildings that we have, buildings that could come up for lease just based on, non-renewals for those who are no longer occupy. And so we've just taken a look at all of our facilities in that regard and our land and determined what a recommendation will look like for the board that we plan to stand up in terms of our assets in this regard, in addition to what we know we would be looking at for the facilities master plan, which is much different. So that's standing up, looking at all 200 plus buildings, making any recommendations based on rezoning, looking at performance by schools, repurposing. That would be based on a recommendation for a 20-year capital facilities master plan, which is separate from the real estate plan, which would come into effect now. And our recommendation would be in terms of what we would be reviewing through June 30th of next year before we made the decisions that would also be placed on that same document or plan.
So as a comprehensive facility plan rolls out and we make decisions, say, as buildings become available, would those then be filtered through like a real estate plan and sort of go onto a market, I guess, if you will?
I think what you're asking is if school ABC, as we look at the facilities master plan, if it is the recommendation to repurpose it, would it subsequently fall on the real estate plan or something else? The goal in bringing the plan forward to the board would be to have some recommendation simultaneously to it. So if that is, hey, there's an interest from a community, business or something, the recommendation we try to make it in concert with so that it does not give the appearance to the community that we've just gutted a school or made some sort of recommendation without giving thought to the impact on the community and certainly what could also stand in its place if that recommendation is made.
If there are buildings that have repurposing or mixed use in some way, are you all creating, you may not have that process now, are you creating a process so that it is transparent to the public and clear, like, if this ever becomes available, I want to throw my hat in to be a part of this? How will we call out for partnerships when we believe there may be a purpose beyond a school?
So when we begin that particular part of the facilities master plan, if indeed there is a recommendation to repurpose and the building becomes available, it becomes a part of our real estate plan.
Okay.
And so then it would be listed as transparently as what you would see on this upcoming one, so that we maintain transparency while we make recommendations for what could be done for the building.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes, I would like to congratulate and thank all of the existing staff last year to bring this data that we have tonight. And you have created a very high hurdle for our superintendent because, of course, she will have to bring this stuff up at the end of the year. So I congratulate you all for sticking with us without a permanent superintendent, and you've done extremely well. I do know I would like for some clarity. If the state is deciding to leave growth and use achievement, what impact and how much of an impact would that have on Shelby County schools? Potentially. Anybody can answer
If
it.
the state, I just want to, I don't see anybody jumping in, Board Member Williams, by the way. If the state determines to move away from growth as a measure, what we would be looking at is what I've shared here, which is the reality of where we really are based on the state's measure. In our Tisa accountability report, and I just didn't include it tonight because it would just been overload, but in our Tisa accountability report, I think what you're really getting after is what is stated there. Goal number 1 says that we will 52% of our third grade students, to Board Member McKinney's point earlier, that 52% of our third grade students will demonstrate proficiency in ELA by 2028, I believe. And that was a state determined goal. We can't change it, we can't move it, and so we are far away from 52%. I think we're more so around 23.4% or so. But we'll get into, the reality of where we really are proficiency-wise. So the short answer to your question is we're in different waters if proficiency becomes the singular measure for the district. What is also the obvious that is tied to that is funding.
Vice Chair Love.
Question in committee last week. You stated last month that you recruited 1,000 plus kids in your Hey Neighbor campaign. Are all those kids coming to school now?
Dr. Whitelow, is that something that we have tracked since then?
When Ms. Love asked a question on last week, Dr. Fagans, when we went back, we weren't tracking it that way, so we need to pull out the students that were recruited, that we retained, that we enrolled, and now go back and track their attendance, whether or not during these last 60 days that we've been in school.
Okay.
So we need to get that information.
All right, we'll get the information to you.
I think it would be very beneficial to the district and to the schools to track it. We can see what issues they have and address them before school lets out. Another question. I agree with Natalie wholeheartedly because I can't write, and
You need the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got you.
yeah.
You should have had the presentation. The goal will be that neither of you have to repeat this again. This should have been uploaded, and you should have always received the printed copy, but we'll make sure we take care of it.
That's all.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Love. Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we go back to the TVOS? I think that was up, right there. When it gets to Hamilton School, go back, right here, that went from 1 to 5, Hamilton School, which school is that? I need clarity there.
It's a K.
Okay, and it needs to state that, because we have a Hamilton High and we have a Hamilton K through 8, so that needs to state that.
Okay.
Go back to level 4, because I seen something in level 4. Okay, that's good. I seen Hamilton High there, but I just want to make clarity there because it has to be there, and I didn't see that. Thank you.
Commissioner Otay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair, Superintendent, I had a question regarding facilities and the plan. I know I heard you mention you took recommendations, got information from the community, talked about the impact. My question, of course, I'm going to talk about Cordova right now, is do we have a plan of action? I know we weren't able to properly secure the funding for the school. So I know we haven't had a discussion as a board or out in the open, so I want to see if we could talk about the plan of action that we have, next steps. I know the plan is amazing, but just wanted to get clarification on what happened, process, and then what are our next steps.
Board Member Ote, I think you're asking about the New East Region High School. The land request or the land purchase was not approved by City Council last week. That was our third time attending City Council meeting, or being pushed, if you will, delayed. And so essentially what was highlighted there was the obvious, that the funding does not exist, has not existed in full to stand up the school, the $212 million that is currently on the table in terms of how the design of the school. What I was also mentioning was a concern from some business community members about the increase in traffic. There was a request to have the traffic study, not just the one that we have completed already as a part of the process, but to have one completed by the city of Memphis itself. And then there was just a general dislike, if you will, of the location, a love for the plan, the design of the school, but a dislike of the location itself. I think that what is not understood is it is tough to find 40+ acres of land to stand up a new building. We are building a building to seat at least 2,000+ students. And to be able to construct a building of that magnitude that has, well over 30+ programs in it as well, to meet what currently exists for the Germantown community, but also consider the growth that would be coming from the Cordova area, for which many of the students who currently attend Germantown are coming from right now. In terms of a next plan of action or next steps, we are exploring additional areas. We're not landing on anything right now. In terms of areas that are already occupied, they just simply don't meet the need. While they may have the opportunity for addition and expansion, it certainly does not satisfy the need location-wise and the need in terms of enrollment. Germantown pre-pandemic had well over 2,000 students, Germantown High School. They're sitting at nearly 1,900 right now. With any new building, we attract several hundreds of students. With a new building, with a great program that's already in place, those students and families typically stay. I say all of that to say that there will be well over 2,000 students in that particular space. In terms of funding, having conversations with Mayor Harris as well as Chair Whaley right now, and what they're offering and what they're talking through in terms of what could be their way forward as our funding body. Again, I think about $77 million was allocated, far short of $212 million, so the funding never existed, and the body of the City Council has always known that. In terms of how we get that funding, that is still the opportunity there right now. As we think about New Fraser as well, and ensuring that moves forward. And so what we have before us right now is either to consider taking it back to the council after having, some different types of conversations, honoring the ask of the safety, the traffic study, and then just seeing, what else. But the appetite for the business community was just simply not there. Although the Land Use Control Board approved it, no other disapprovals took place before then. I think for us, it's about also maintaining the community and the students that we have right now, which is most important. By state law, of course, this is a requirement. We have until 2032 to stand up new structures. While we can't wait until that long to develop a plan, we do have just a little bit of time to reset and figure out a way forward. We still maintain our commitment, of course, not just because of a requirement, but certainly because there's a commitment on the table. New Fraser, well, you didn't ask about New Fraser, so I'll pause there and see if you have additional questions.
I know Stephanie is, but hold on, Steph.
I want to know about it.
I'm glad we're having this dialogue, and I want to ask if we can continue to have this open dialogue so that we're all on the same page as it pertains to our buildings. You know, Cordova High School is overcrowded as well. They have well over 2,000 students attending, so there is a dire need for this school in our district. And I did want to ask, because I did do some surveying myself, just talking to students, parents, talking to teachers, principals. They suggested, and business owners actually, because I'm a business owner in the area as well. They thought that Burke-Ferguson would be a good area. I'm not sure if you've evaluated that area, if you guys looked into that. But that was a suggestion by many. But once again, just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page as a unit, as a board, because I think we all didn't really know. And then a lot of the community want to know, the people watching and listening wanting to know where we were. So I think just having an open dialogue when we meet about it would be helpful for all of us. And then if you can give us some information about Miss School Board Commissioner Love School in Fraser, that'll be great. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, finish.
Just want love to hear about her school as well.
Well, I believe I'm in the queue. Am I in the queue?
Hold on. We're going to let her talk about board member Love's district if board member desires, but let me get those that are already in the queue first, okay? Board member McKissick.
Thank you. So appreciate it. In the interest of time, I'll keep mine very brief. I won't elaborate, but just to piggyback on facilities, can we make sure that's broken down into districts in terms of the report and what's happening across the district, but also what's happening within each individual board member's districts? That just was, well, now that's what I'm going to focus on, because I know we're still within the superintendent's report and have the balance of the meeting to go.
So in our weekly project build, are you sharing, like, that's how we share it out? Which part?
Well, when you release for the facility condition assessment report?
Yes, we will.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We have it by board member so that you can see it there, but certainly overall.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Vice Chair Love.
At a later time, I would like to know what you're going to do with Lucy School, because that is on the legislative agenda for Germantown at a later time. And piggybacking off of Michelle's question, you're going to meet with us individually before you share it to the public?
Absolutely.
Commissioner McKinney.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions, Superintendent, about the East Region High School. I did take an opportunity to listen to the meeting, and one of the things that came to my attention in listening to that is that they talked about community input, and all I heard was businesses. What I did not hear was community input around the actual people that live in the community, those who we will have to actually place in those schools. So that would impact, I think, both Commissioner Otey and Commissioner Porter's districts. So have we done anything to reach out to those community members and parents to get their input and have them come with us to the city council? Because I think that's very important, because they honed in on that. And while I appreciate businesses, this is also, there are residents and there are students that live in that area. So did we do that, or is there opportunity for us to do that?
So leading up to it, in terms of the Land Use Control Board, like, that's the input in terms of community members, families, students, taken to that particular portion of the process. Getting to city council, what they were speaking of is the negative that was coming, and that was coming from the business community.
No, I understand that. I think, let me be clear. We have an opportunity to activate community who are concerned about having that school there. Is there a way for us to activate our community members to come to city council to express their thoughts on whether they want school?
Sure.
Okay. Then that brings me to another question. This is an opportunity, I think we have another opportunity to ensure that we are collaborating collectively together, and that we're doing this in lockstep as a unit. So I would highly encourage you to engage the board members to go, because that's one political body communicating with another political body, which I think could be helpful, instead of you being there all alone and having to take some of those shots. So I would highly suggest that you recruit us and take us down with you. I think it's the 26th when we have another opportunity to advance this potentially. So I would like to see that you definitely reach out to at least our 2 board members that it impacts. That would be greatly appreciated.
Commissioner McKissick.
Thank you. I just want to echo and support my colleague, Board Member McKinney. I'll be a bit more blunt about it, that we need to have some righteous indignation about that vote, because this has been years in the making. And then for just a couple of businessmen to come up and say, well, you know what, that's not good for me, that all of a sudden it impacts an entire community, not just the ones in which the students, but all of greater Memphis and Shelby County. It royally ticked me off, that vote. And it's not right. It needs to be said, it is wrong. It is wrong. The city council, they did not get it right, because this is something that the school board, prior to this superintendent coming, has been having meetings, so many meetings on this and getting community input. Then all of a sudden now, and I was there for those committee meetings when we had looking at all the various different sites and locations that were vetted. And this route to get to the school is so deep and far off of Germantown Parkway, it's ridiculous how you have to go so deep into it. So I don't see how it could be so impactful on the traffic on Germantown Parkway, which is a nightmare on any good given day. So some school kids, I mean, I don't know what they're trying to say about who's actually going to be coming down through there, but we do need to push back on this. So I'm in agreement. This is not just about Board Member Ote's and Porter's districts. This is all of us. This is about the greater Memphis community, that, somebody said something behind closed doors, and then all of a sudden an entire community impacted. The 2,000 plus students going to that school, all of the 3 G's we've been talking about forever. So yes, I'm in support of that as well, to gather up and let them understand how we feel and how those families feel about what was done to them by a flippant vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Ote.
I just wanted to,
Commissioner Ote, then Commissioner Murphy.
oh, okay, so, if, I do want to mention on the record that I did have the opportunity to speak to many in the community. Like I said, I speak to the children to ask for their input, parents. I go to the community center. I talk to those guys. I talk to the people that I talk to at the library, principals, teachers. I do agree that it's needed, and we've been working on this project before our time. And if we needed to change locations, I think that we could have made an adjustment, but I just wanted to make sure that we're involved, and because we could also get out there and advocate. I've been living in Cordova since 2014. I've been a homeowner, and my children go to school in Cordova, and I would like to keep them out there. But it's the fact of the matter is we're just at capacity when it comes to our high schools, and we need it. It's about the children at the end of the day, so we need to figure out how we can make this happen, because it needs to be made happen. It needs to be made, we need to make it happen because it's needed. I commend Mr. Thorne over there at Cordova High School and the principals over at Germantown. They're doing an amazing job, but it's just so many students, and our students need more places to go. They need more opportunity, and we need another school. So I want to make sure that Superintendent, you should please include us so that we could come out and support, because we want to support you as well and support our children for the greater good and, moving forward for our children's future. So thank you.
Thank you. I totally agree with you. Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner McKissick had already said what I was going to say, but at least give me the opportunity to say what I need to say instead of skipping me. Even though we were all sitting here in committee when I didn't even know anything about her, Dr. Fagan's presenting to City Council. And I think that I should be aware. Somehow Murphy ends up getting left out of everything. So I need to be informed just like everybody else. Thank you.
Commissioner Hewitt Garcia.
Thank you. Both of the new high schools are not impacting the community that I represent. I understand that. I understand it's. I agree that we want high quality facilities and that we've been in a process because we've got 4 different bodies voting on it. I do just want to say out in the public, we can't afford 2 new high schools right now. We were in a fiscally constrained environment where we had to put $94 million in deferred maintenance into our general fund. Our buildings are worsening, and so my fear is that we end up with 2 half-built high schools when we have a little more time in the East region. So I want to get it right. So I want us to all have a conversation about it. That's not saying their vote was right or that we don't need community input, but I'm saying we can take a beat to make sure we're making the right appeal, knowing that there are urgent needs that are going to have to come out of our budget. And I know we have a large budget, but when you take out all of our fixed costs, guys, we don't have as much to work with as that we need to meet the demands of our 200 plus facility footprint. So I want us to regroup and also think about the opportunity we have with the facility condition assessment and a master plan to think on this and also not overstretch us and then have no new high school finished. So if there's an opportunity to even discuss, could this accelerate our Frazier build so we can regroup, I would be open to that at a later date.
I will say that the communication has been given, and Board Member Love has been there every step of the way. She has shown up. She has written letters. She has met with individuals. We have provided at each step where we are in the process. We communicate it weekly. If there's a different level of communication that board members are asking for, more than open to that. But I will say on the record that communication has been provided about when City Council meets, when we're on the agenda, where we stand in terms of what's at stake. And this certainly preceded me, so this has been well over multiple years, as Board Member McKissick has alluded to, that this has been in the process. The council's decision happened to come last week. I did not present. There was nothing to present. This was their time that they decided that they were going to make a decision that they would have made in August, but they've been punting it. And we've shared along the way where we have been and what could be on the line, and we've shared it very clearly in presentation, in updates, and so I'm not sure how to make it more clear, but I'm certainly open to feedback. But to say on the record that the communication has not been given, I'd have to push back and say that would be false. In terms of how to collaborate moving forward, the City Council has been clear about their thoughts about where we are as a collaborative governance team and how they've made many of their decisions. And so there is an opportunity to have a lot of expansive conversations about how to move forward in general, but certainly how to move forward to push this across the finish line. I'm not sure that right now is the time. And so what this does allow us to do to reset, to demonstrate the financial capacity that needs to be demonstrated, where we're able to demonstrate it more so with the new Frazier building. That's a plus. We do this in good order. And we do it in a way that demonstrates that we still maintain our commitment to a timeline, but we demonstrate that we can give the investment necessary. There is a portion that we are owning for the new Frazier High School that the funding body, Shelby County Commission, which is our funding body, is simply not able or not choosing to, however the language needs to be stated, to meet. And so where those gaps exist, we're having to be incredibly creative and thinking about what we're going to ask our partners for. And how we're going to ask for it, standing up our own capital campaign. And so a lot of work exists, and we do plan to do it collaboratively. After all, that's the only way we've only intended to do so.
For Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Love, Commissioner McKinney, last time, Vice Chair Love, I'm sorry.
With all the respect, Superintendent, I was not aware of it. I found out when Commissioner Porter told me. I had no idea you were down there. So I just wanted to put it in for the record that I did not know via email, via text message. I found out from my co-worker that she was there. So I'm gonna put that for the record. Thank you.
When Monica Newport was at the board, she sent us a calendar invite for the county commission and the city council each week. That's how we know about it. I always go to the city council meetings and the county commission meetings because I have two great representatives on the city council, and Charlie Caswell keeps me informed. Yeah.
So as the board office now falls under the leadership of General Counsel, I'm sure he's taken note about the request to have that information shared.
I'm not going to belabor the point. I think I made it clear, and I think we're all making it clear that there needs to be a clear ask, a clear collaboration when it comes to dealing with other political bodies, especially when we need to get something done. This is a collaboration, and that's the only way we're going to get this done. So that's what I think everyone is making clear. So that I want to put that on the record. The question that I actually, I want to make sure that the board is aware. I don't think that our request is so that we can build it now. I think it's so we can have the land. Is that correct? Okay. If we let this go, according to the UDC rules, we can't come back. Let's say we can't find another place. We can't come back for 5 years. So my question I think what I understand is we've got 7 years left to build a new school, right? Okay. So that would leave us 2 years to build a school. So I don't know that that is something that's feasible. I hear about the economics, but I think this is a function of ensuring that we have the property so that when we can build, we can start building. So I just want to let everyone know that if this is allowed to stand, we can't come back and we can't find another place. We can't come back for that place for 5 years.
Last time, I know it's my number 3. I just want to make it clear that I was not faulting the superintendent for this. I think the onus was on the city council and how they were passing the buck, and then we know how things work. When they think no one's looking, then votes were made like the one that was made. So that was what my concern was. But I think as we talk about it, just maybe having a facilities retreat specific, because this is such a big issue, and to look at the whole big picture of things so that we talk about, what really is realistic moving forward. And as we have our whole facility conversation, to not try to sandwich it in, because it's huge. We're still in the superintendent report at 7:30. And so just maybe we can have a separate retreat just to talk about the whole assessment when we do get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now on the agenda of staff action items. The first item on the agenda is 9.1, approval memorandum of understanding between Memphis-Shelby County Board of Education and the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, Shelby Region. Superintendent.
Recommendation is for the board to approve the memorandum of understanding between Memphis-Shelby County Board of Education and Tennessee Department of Children's Services for 2024 to 2026. This is to promote a plan for coordination of prevention and support services for children and youth safety, which includes reporting child abuse and neglect and supporting children and youth with open child welfare cases.
9.2, approve a transition school to work grant
Recommendation is for the board to approve the Transition School to Work grant for pre-employment transition service activities for students with exceptionalities in the sum of $380,497. This grant contract is between the state, the Department of Human Services, and Shelby County Schools. Again, this will provide our students with exceptionalities, ages 14 to 22, with job exploration counseling, work-based learning services, workplace readiness training, instruction and self-advocacy, and additional services for our students with exceptionalities.
Commissioner McKinney, Vice Chair Love.
I actually have a question for the first one. One of the things that's missing from the MOU, Department of Children's Services, where's the data? Like, what are the outcomes? How are we going to measure these things? It just would be helpful when you're doing the board briefings that we have that sort of thing. So that takes me to the transition school to work. What I see in terms of the data are outputs, not impact. Since they've been around for 8 years doing the work, I would suspect we would have that data to see whether it's working, how it's working, and if we need to make any pivots. Not to say we won't do it, but won't enter the contract, but let's hold ourselves accountable to ensure that we have metrics set for that. So those are the two things that I wanted to make sure that we brought, because we keep signing these contracts and we're not talking about impact, what our expected impact is, and how we're going to hold ourselves accountable in terms of quantitative and qualitative data.
Vice Chair Love.
How many students are impacted?
Which item?
The
Transition school to work. How many students who are ages 14 to 22?
Yeah.
Do you have that specific number, Dr. Whitelaw? I mean, overall, we have about 16,000 students.
We will break it down, Dr. Fagans, because we want to make sure that we talk about Avon, all of our students that go out into the workforce, as well as community partnerships, so we can make sure we have that for the report on Friday that goes out. So how many students are impacted throughout the year?
Yeah.
Okay.
And how many of them complete the program?
Now, last year we had over 600 through this particular transitional work, but we can get the actual numbers that what that would look like for this year.
And another question, are they disabled kids?
All of the students who will be impacted here have an exceptionality, a
And
disability.
can they live on their own at the age of 18?
So I think that varies, but I mean that's
some can,
what the
but
goal
that's our goal.
That's the goal for the offering.
That's the overall goal, to work with our students. Thank you.
Yeah.
The transition to work. What does it look like on a day-to-day basis?
Commissioner Murphy.
I'm going to answer that question, Natalie, because my daughter went to Avon, and some of those students, they can go out and work on their own, as if to my daughter who attended Avon, and she can't do it, but most of the students can, and they also take them to work after school on the weekends. They take them to work. My daughter tried to work at Kroger's, but that didn't work. But I'm just saying it does work, and some of them do go and work a 9-to-5 job with some assistance.
Nine point three, approval state special schools with exceptional education.
The recommendation is for the board to approve the agreement with the state of Tennessee for special education services for the state special schools. This is for the Tennessee School for the Deaf and Tennessee School for the Blind, pursuant to Tennessee State Board of Education rule that is listed here. Essentially, The agreement outlines the responsibilities of the district and the state special schools regarding free and appropriate public education provided pursuant to the student's IEP or individualized education program.
Vice Chair Love.
2 questions. How many students are impacted by this?
What's the total number of students, Dr. Whitelaw? Can we make sure we include this information?
We will include Dr. Fagans, but we're talking about one of our students who goes to the Tennessee School of Deaf and 3 students who go to the Tennessee School of Blind as of today. And also we are pending an IEP decision for a student that is pending.
Thank you.
9.4 contract renewal, after school reporting center, the Pursuit Center.
The recommendation is for the board to approve the renewal contract between the district and Shelby County in the amount of $320,000 for continued services provided by the after-school reporting center, the Pursuit Center. This agreement shall continue for a term of 1 year with the option of renewing the contract for an additional 2 one-year terms to complete a 3-year renewal option. This renewal of the after-school reporting center is for reducing the risk of increased juvenile recidivism. This just offers structured after-school programming and targeted interventions to reduce the likelihood of juveniles returning to the system.
How many students are in this program?
Dr. Richmond?
Yes, Superintendent and Board Chair. We currently have 9 students enrolled. Over the course of the program, we've had 256 students with only 7 students reoffending. It's a cohort model.
What's wrong?
Commissioner McKinney, Vice Chair Love.
Am I looking at the right contract? Because I'm looking at year 1, 21, 22, $309,000. Year 2, 22, 23, $309,000. Year 3, 23, 24. Am I looking at the right thing?
Yes, this,
Okay.
and General Counsel can weigh in. This particular contract was in response to us doing our RFP. So this is in fact a grant. We're bringing this back. It was approved earlier in the year, but Shelby County government wanted the contract on a new contractual form.
Okay, so then what I would like to see, this is what we're spending. We spent almost $1 million over the past 3 years, and I heard 9 students.
We're being reimbursed.
Oh, we're being reimbursed. Okay, up to 309. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you. But again, this goes to data again. We have to hold ourselves accountable for doing what we say we're going to do in here. So here it says we're going to enhance academic and behavioral students' performance. How are we measuring that? Retention and reduction in youth delinquency. How are we measuring that and tracking that? Stronger communities by operating a national model. How are we measuring that? So again, I appreciate programs, but if they're not really impactful in doing what we need them to do, then we need to be a little more. We need to look at it a little more deeper about whether this is something we actually should do, or can we get funding to go to what we actually need and it's actually impactful and effective. That's what I'm asking.
Understood.
9.5, 9.6, 9.7 have been removed. 9.8 charter renewal timeline 2025 through 2026 publication.
Recommendation is to approve the charter renewal timeline for the 2025-2026 school year. This is an annual process determined by Board Policy 1011.
Vice Chair Love.
I had a question on the last agenda item. The superintendent. What are the parents saying about the program?
Dr. Richmond?
Yes, there is a parent component. We will start to survey the parents, but the parent component is we do support the parents. The context of this program is when our students in the community, when they're incarcerated or they have to go before the judge, this is a way of not sending them to Hope Academy and incarcerating them. They serve 30 consecutive days in the Pursuit program so that, again, they can curb their behavior. It's almost like a diversion program. But they also do work with parents. We'll continue to gather survey data. I'll work with the team to see if we already have that data, and if we do, I'll share it with you, Board Member Love.
(9.9) 2024 through 25, the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement (Tisa) Accountability Report.
The recommendation is for the board to approve the 2024-2025 Tisa Accountability Report as shared. As a part of TCA code, it's required for each school district to submit the annual accountability report to the TDOE, the Tennessee Department of Education. This requirement became in place just last year. So this will keep us in compliance with state law.
Commissioner McKinney.
Thank you for this report. So I have a few questions and observation. Beginning this school year, it's requiring us to basically submit a report that shows how our budget and expenditures will enable us to actually enact this. So my question becomes, as I look, and you can answer this later. I know we're late, but I think it's important. When I look at the goal statement 1, and I look at the reflections, and I look at what we say we're going to do, I just want to make sure that we're in budget season, and I wanted to determine how the things we are saying we're going to do here, how we're going to translate this in terms of our budget, and being very clear about that. I also have a question about the before and after school tutoring and its effectiveness. So that would need, because I think and I don't know, Superintendent, if this is a question that you can answer or someone, or Dr. Miracle. However, before and after school tutoring is very limited, my understanding, because you can't control who comes and who's consistent. And my understanding with the data and research is that it's a certain prescription of time and consistency. So do we have data that's supporting the amount of dollars that we're putting in before and after school programs that will give us the outcome we're looking for? Or do we need to think about, since we're in budget season, do we need to be thinking about putting more dollars in school time, and especially around our, if we can be proactive in second graders, we can be proactive, and I know we're not being proactive with third graders, but we can do the interventions there, and also with fourth graders, with pulling out during the day. That seemed, when I looked at the data that our partner Literacy Mid-South had, they had some really good data about doing that. So my question to you is, as we enter the budget season, my hope is that we're looking at that data to determine whether this is actually helpful for our students.
Absolutely. So it shows up in our impact report that we've provided for Q1, and it also shows up in the measures that we provide at the end of the semester as we've been monitoring the same. I think, but to your point, though, it's tough after school because we can't require students to come. But to your greater question about do we need to consider deeper investments during the day, that is a consideration. Of course, it comes at a literal cost, but also a cost in terms of personnel and capacity. So we have been talking through that and thinking about what that needs to look like. Our current investment will not get us to any of those goals that are listed, and I've been very transparent with the team as well as principals when we reviewed it to get to the goals that you're speaking to. But what is included is the current way that the district has thought about how we might get to these goals. Again, my first time seeing it was when I shared it with you all.
Okay. Can you just tell me the budget narrative? So we have tutoring, 7.2 million, and then we have literacy, 614,000. What's the difference?
And the literacy 614.
Yeah, 614,000.
And the tutoring.
Yes. I guess what is literacy? What does that mean? The $614,000.
What was the distinction made here, Mr. Langston?
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. So essentially, the tutoring is exactly what our certified, non-certified tutors doing before and after school tutoring. The $614,000 of it is a portion of our instructional coaches that lean into literacy specifically. That's the funding that goes in with the coaches being paid.
Okay. And then finally, I'm looking at the prior year report, and I'm on all of these. It says the same platform utilized for the assessment is also utilized for curricular resources. Let me go back. Universal screener data plans to a small intervention providers. Let me back up. Intervention providers leverage the universal screener data to plan small group instruction. The same platform utilized for the assessments is also used for the curricular resources. So is this iReady? Yes. Okay.
$9.10 contract approval, proximity learning incorporated.
The recommendation is for the board to approve Proximity Learning Incorporated contract in the amount of $4.69 million to secure 100 certified teachers for live virtual instruction in tested subjects and grades 6 through 12 in middle and high schools where vacancies have persisted. The agreement is for 6 months.
Vice Chair Love, Commissioner McKinney, Commissioner Hewitt Garcia, Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Murphy.
Can you explain the rationale why you only did it for 6 months?
That takes us through the end of the year.
It takes us through
We'd have to bring it back to be for a full year. So this would take us through June 30th, 2025, which is typical. So we wouldn't say a year here because that would take us through December. So we'd go through June right now. The original request was for us to place this back out for bid as there was questioning around the effectiveness, if you will, of proximity, meaning how students who were receiving the instruction through proximity, a teacher through proximity, were performing specifically on end of course exams. Placing the bid back out, we're still with proximity.
Yes, I would like for all students who have a live human being.
Mm-hmm.
But I am concerned about the high schools and the middle schools that don't have no teacher in tested subjects. How long would it take for us to approve an amendment in 6 months? Because this is the end of the year, and we started school in August, 4 months ago.
I think what you're asking is you wouldn't have to do an amendment. We would just bring this back as we approach the expiration. We would just bring this back before the expiration.
How long would it take?
Before June?
Yeah.
No, we would just bring it back May and then continue. We'd make the recommendation if necessary then to extend the contract for an additional year or whatever it's deemed appropriate to bring in terms of a recommendation for the board. What this does is take us through the end of this particular school year, 2025, and there's nothing here other than to approve it December 3rd at the business meeting, and then we'd be able to use it immediately.
Commissioner McKinney?
I'm just being respectful. Question. I think Commissioner Love was getting at it. Why is this so late? Because we have had teachers missing in core courses. I know I've spoken to several of my principals, and they have some concern about not having certified teachers in core courses that are necessary for students to graduate. So my question is, why are we just getting this in November?
The request was made by the board to place this back out for bid in August, and so the process ensued. It was made specifically by a previous board member, and so placing that back out for bid, it just follows the process accordingly.
I can't see.
Commissioner Porter, did you have another?
I do. I'll come back.
Commissioner Porter.
My question was already answered, but I do agree with Commissioner Love and Superintendent Fagan, but he would just go out for rebid. I would like to see it extended, but since we can't do the amendment, just place our rebid. But I do want to hold the company accountable to see can we address some of the concerns that some of the principals had. But I have had a lot of principals say that they do want this, high school principals, they want this implemented in their schools.
For a point of clarification, now that I'm hearing you lift, if that's what you were lifting, this is a result of the RFP. So it's already gone out, back out for bid. So now that's why it's back. So if that's the point of clarity, that's helpful. We're not pushing it back out again. We've already placed it back out at the request, and now this is a result of the bid. And so what I'm sharing is, while there were concerns, we're still back with proximity. And so now we're able to bring it back to the board for approval again to move us through the balance of the year, and that will take us forward. So I hope that's more helpful.
Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we have to be great stewards over the taxpayers' money, and we know that we have a teacher shortage, and we would need that support in the beginning of the school year. So the cost will increase when we decide to put it back out there again, and I'm afraid that if we don't go ahead and lock it in now, that the price will increase for proximity. And so I am looking to see if we could go ahead and extend it for the 2 years so that the price won't go up.
Commissioner Hewitt Garcia.
Thank you. Earlier in the evening, I think you had 319 vacancies. Do we expect to then reduce that? I know this is up to 100 teachers. Will we be able to hire 100 teachers in our current vacancies?
I think we will definitely get to the 100. It's just a matter of where they go and having to still choose in terms of prioritizing the greatest areas of need.
Based on our prior experience with proximity or any other virtual teacher, what is their effectiveness against a regular or a certified teacher and what a substitute? Someone who is... Yes, is there a difference between a certified teacher and proximity learning and a certified teacher live in the room? And what is the difference between that and a permanent long-term sub or someone who is not certified? And I don't have to have that tonight. I'm just curious. Before we vote on it, I would like to see it.
So I will just make sure that you all have the actual items before you that have the data. What I'm seeing is you have presentations. In the items, there's some data in there that shares higher rates of comparison, students compared to proximity learning's demonstrated proficiency. This was just Mastery Connect, but in terms of EOC, end of course subjects, higher rates of proximity learning students than compared traditional students earned a semester 1 grade of A, B, or C. Again, these are grades. This is not necessarily performance on TCAP, which is what we really need to be looking at, which was the greatest concern and complaint that was brought by teachers as well as some principals. Certainly having somebody is better than, no one, and I think we all agree there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in terms of the effectiveness, I'd have to, reserve comment until we can see, on this side of the implementation of proximity learning once we bring it back this time.
I mean, I think that I've asked this in the past, but I know we assume that we can actually get a substitute. While we have a lot of substitutes, I know in the past we have struggled to have fill rates each day too. So that is, having a certified virtual teacher seems to be a much better choice here. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Williams.
Looking for about 100, you said 100 of these proximity teachers. Have you considered the retirees that are in this district getting paid some of this money to come in and do this work, who have proven their records of success coming back and doing without proximity? I'm saying maybe in sync with proximity, because some of my friends might consider coming back to work for a salary. Because if you're going to spend $1 million with proximity, I don't know that you might be able to do better by attracting some of our retirees back in the classrooms.
Remember, Board Member Williams had met with the Retired Teachers Association, I think back in July. We offered them a special recruitment bonus, if you will. Several of them did return to the classroom as a result. I think we actually asked you as well. But several of our retired teachers have come back to meet a high need as they do have the experience, and so they continue to come back throughout the year. The greatest concern for our retirees is their ability to receive their pension, and so.
Yes. And the other thing, is there any measure between the proximity teachers from what they've done in the past? Are they doing a sufficient job with the students? And because I understand you have to still have someone in the classroom to manage the children, don't you?
That's
so
correct.
You have to hire a person to
That's correct.
monitor and the teacher is on the screen, I guess.
That's right.
So how many people? So we're talking about at least 2 people per classroom, I guess.
That's
the
right.
Teacher and the monitor.
That's correct.
I would just think you could find some people within a 20-mile radius of this school system who could do this work.
From your lips to the public, we hope they respond.
Yeah, but I'll help. I'll do what I can.
Thank you.
Commissioner McKinney, Vice Chair Love, Commissioner Murphy.
So when I look at this, I look at the bottom of, I'm in the board report, I believe. And I'm looking at number and description of staff positions to be created where applicable, and it says a non-certified staff is required to be present in each of these classrooms. So the question becomes budgetary. We did a lot of cutting, and we cut some of those positions that could have filled this space. So what does that look like for our budget? Is this going to be a budget amendment? And is this going to require also for us to add new positions as well?
The short answer is yes.
Vice Chair Love.
It would be helpful to me if you could list the names of the schools and put in how many teachers they need, proximity. Let's just take Tresman, for example. How many proximity learning teachers do they need?
Would that be different than what we've shared in terms of the number of vacancies? Because that's essentially what we're feeling. You want to see it different?
Yeah, yeah,
Want to see the actual, maybe you want to see the actual course?
yeah.
Okay, so we can do the actual course by school.
And another comment. We are elected body, and we do our voting by the voting meeting. No one can speak for us. We do our voting by the voting meeting, which is next week at the board business meeting.
Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question here is, can we lock proximity down for a year before the price goes up? That was my first question. The second question is, we went without a whole semester without teachers in front of them. So what are we going to do? Because we have proximity teachers that's certified, but subs are not. So what are we going to do about that? I'm asking if we can lock them in now before the price goes up.
Mr. Langston.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. So, Board Member Murphy, Commissioner Murphy, I want to educate us a little bit on the RFP process. This went through an RFP process. During the RFP process, when we go out and solicitate a bid, we are asking for a number of years. So what the superintendent alluded to is that this contract can be renewed up to 3 years. What we're saying right now is that we want to take it through June 30th. So what will happen is, if this proves to be successful and the data says the same, then in June, we'll come back and we'll ask for the balance of next year to approve. So there's nothing to lock in. We have locked in by doing the RFP, and then them submitting for the RFP. That has locked the pricing in. Only thing we're doing now is locking in a contract. And again, what I can tell you is that we don't have to do it for 2 years. My recommendation for our fiduciary responsibility is take it through June 30th, and then we'll have an option to renew it for the balance of next year, and then we'll come back again for the next year. And when those extended years fall out, then we'll have to go back out for rebid. But this has been bid, and we have the opportunity to carry it for at least 3 years with an extension, if that makes sense.
Thank you for the clarity. It makes sense, but I just think that we should go ahead and lock it in right now because we can't get teachers, and data proves that. I'm just stating. I can hear you. Come on with it. Come on, bring
This
it in.
contract is locking it in. We're locking it in for the balance of this year. So again, we have to go through a budget season, and then in that budget season, if it's the superintendent's will to bring a recommendation, and if it's the board's will to approve it for next year and lock it into next budget season. Right now, you're trying to lock it in for a budget season that we haven't had yet. So So my recommendation is, if you extend it past June 30th, you're going to get into a new budget year that we hadn't even physically started yet. So as we go through budget season, and this will be added to, if it's the will of this body to be added to the budget, then we'll have an opportunity again to extend it in June 30th on the offset of us approving next year's budget, if that makes sense. And again, the pricing will stay the same because we've locked in the pricing for the RFP. So the pricing won't go up or down. The only thing will change pricing wise is now we'll go the balance of a year as opposed to 6 months.
Okay, that was my concern. Thank you for the clarity.
Superintendent, I have a question. What's the measurable outcome for this? Do we have something that says this is how we're going to measure the growth,
I think to the point earlier, we look at performance on end of course. So English 1, English 2, all of the end of course subject areas. Certainly it's offered in non-tested courses as well, just wherever we have vacancies there. I think in general, that's just the best measure. We could certainly continue to review grades. Meaning if you have an A, B, or C in the class, but we know that is subjective based on coursework and grades assignment submitted and not so much how a student performs on the exam, which is our measure by the state. So that's how we would be measuring it. In terms of when the question was asked last year, students that were taught at least part of the year by a proximity learning teacher did not reach proficiency. And when compared to student results across the district in English 1, English 2, biology, math grades 7 and 8, and science grades 7 and 8, there were 1,543 students who were in proximity classes who were not proficient, of 1,698. That was with the results available when Commissioner Love and then Chair Green asked back in June.
Okay.
Basically to share that this does meet a need of providing someone, a certified teacher, to our students. In terms of effectiveness, I'm not sure that we will see different results, but certainly that's what we will measure, and then we'll come back and share the same results again next year.
So is part of the reason we won't see effective results is because of how late we're starting it? Could that possibly be a reason?
Well, these results were based on having proximity well before, like the district has had proximity in place for a little while, and so this was based on full year, and the effectiveness was what I've just shared here. That 1,543 students who were in proximity classes were not proficient, and that's 1,543 of 1,698. And so I wouldn't say that the time of enrollment would be substantive, but certainly it'd have to be considered just because.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair Love.
I have a question. Students are going to have to rearrange their schedules?
No, they already have the schedule on, they already have the class on their schedule.
So they won't?
Right. So you already have English 1. We'd just be replacing what is probably a substitute or some class coverage that's taken place with this certified teacher via the virtual instruction.
9.11, contract approval, MOU with Shelby County Sheriff School Resource Officer Program.
The recommendation is for the board to approve the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding between the Shelby County Sheriff School Resource Officer Program and Memphis-Shelby County Schools. Again, this particular program emphasizes mentoring, adolescent development, and certainly we have SROs in, I think, 18 of our schools.
Commissioner McKinney.
Does it? So, like, mentoring, I'm just so that's the question that I have. I'm looking at this, and this service will create a program for school resource officers that emphasize mentoring, knowledge, adolescent development, cultural competency, disproportionate minority contact, and effective interaction with youth, committed to ensure safety and security for Memphis-Shelby County schools. If that is in fact what they do, kudos. But then when I look at this down here, after that, it's we're going to help with investigations. I'm sure that's what they have. I don't know that that's what they have to do, but this is more of a statement as opposed to. Well, actually, let me back up. I have a question. Is this what we need to sign in order to get that grant funding that the state is requiring?
Yes. Because the funding only goes through a law enforcement agency.
Well, I'd just rather us be honest about what they're doing, because they're not doing that. But can we hold them accountable to that?
I think that what is based on what they share, we can go back and ask for the data that supports what they've provided in the rationale. And so specifically ask, based on the number of schools that you are currently placed in, how many students have you mentored, what is the demonstrated cultural competency and impact in those areas. We can go ask for that.
I would like that, and I'd like to actually hold that as a metric for them as
Absolutely.
well. Because if that's in fact what they do, then I think we should have better relations with our SRO officers and our students. So I'd like to see that.
We'll go to the SROs and Sheriff Bonner and get this information. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Will the salaries be the same as our existing SRO staff? of the people you're bringing in, and will they be making less or more?
So these are the same individuals.
Earn
This
the
is
same money?
These are the same individuals. We're just renewing the MOU.
Okay, no new folks. Okay.
Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What schools are they already in, and how are these schools chosen?
Mr. Langston?
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, Commissioner Murphy. So I can send you the report. It's 18 schools, but essentially the schools are those that are in the county, if you will. So this is Sheriff's County that serves the county. So there's in our schools that are generally, every now and then we have a relationship that when we may trade off a school where our officers are, again, these are SROs who are Shelby County Sheriff Office deputies, and we have our 125 mobile security officers, but typically they're in the schools that's in our counties.
How soon can I get that information?
I'll send it to you as soon, if my computer had died, I'll send it to you now, but I'll send it to you as soon as a matter of fact, I have a phone, I'll send it to you, all the commissioners now, if it's the superintendent's will.
Have it been effective? I want to know.
So what I can tell you is, again, we have 125 mobile security officers. Again, this is adding an additional 45.
I heard that part. Has it been effective is what I'm asking.
I would say I'll speak for myself in a situation where we had Southwind, the incident at Southwind, and when we were on lockdown, we had as many as probably 15, 16 deputies out there. We even honored those deputies because they did a magnificent job. So overall, is a relationship building, obviously. The superintendent has alluded to, we're having a safe 360 call with not only the MPD, but the Sheriff Bonner on Monday. So we're continuing to build a relationship. So for my records, I'll say that it's continuing to build, and I think it is effective.
Can you provide me with that information as well?
On effective?
Yeah, on effectiveness.
I'll provide you whatever you need.
Thank you so much.
Board Member Murphy, can you clarify effectiveness for me? I hear Mr. Langston promising information, but I want to make sure I have an understanding of the specific effectiveness that you're asking for, because I don't know that we can provide that.
Because he said that you did an excellent job when it comes to Southwind. And we were all aware of what was going on with Southwind, but we also know that y'all was on a cat chase too, trying to figure out, because he was going to other schools. So I want to know that if and when that stuff happens again, that we have people in place, because they said he was going to one school, and for clarity, because they went to one school and then they said they was going to go to another school. And so now y'all was searching, trying to figure out where this young man was going to possibly strike. Y'all had Southwind on lock. I get that. That was good. But then we got a message that he was going to another school. And y'all was trying to figure out where this next school was. So you put a soft lockdown on all of the schools until we found out where this kid was. Huh? Oh, he was in Nashville, but they didn't know that. They didn't know that he was in Nashville. We didn't know that he was in Nashville.
So is the request for effectiveness based on if there's an incident, do our SROs actually find the individual in this case, secure a weapon when there's a weapon? Is it based on the outcome? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, based on the outcome of it.
All right, thank you.
I'm interested.
9.12 contract extension diligence corporate.
Wait, Stephanie, I have a question.
Vice Chair Love, I'm sorry.
I know they do a good job in my daughter's school.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to shout out the school security officers that we do have.
Mm-hmm.
They do a good job in securing our schools each and every day.
Mm-hmm.
And building relationships. Mr. Sherman, you have a relationship with my daughter to this day. You worked at Jordan, Craig, that school she used to go to.
Look, Mr. Sherman got a relationship with everybody.
Grandview Heights Middle School.
9.12, contract extension, Diligence Corporation and Universal Security.
The recommendation is for the board to approve the contract extension for guard services with Diligence Corporation. This is in the amount of $300,000, and Universal Corporation, this is in the amount of $100,000, not to exceed $400,000 from November 30th through May 30th of 2025. Board members, this is to increase our visibility of contract guards across our schools during hours when we've determined it's needed to deter crime. Certainly, we've talked about our limited capacity with an understanding of some of the activities that happen in our parking lots and things of that nature. And so what I've asked the team to do is to bring forward contracts to increase visibility.
9.13, contract renewal, Dell Marketing Endpoint Protection Platform Annual.
The recommendation is for the board to approve the contract to Dell Marketing in the amount of $822,242 for the endpoint protection platform. This is an annual renewal. This helps us to reduce our risk of cyber threats, gives our IT administrators better device management, and this just helps us increase our overall security.
9.14, contract approval, Avery Jones Education Solutions and Unistar Sparco Computers.
The recommendation is for the board to approve the awardees for computer equipment and related services not to exceed $20 million. This term is for 1 year with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year terms not to exceed a total of 3 years. The district, this is for our sourcing agreement with multiple suppliers. This will help us to continue to provide Windows on our computers, laptops, and tablets for schools, for all schools and departments.
Commissioner Porter, Commissioner McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Superintendent, is Avery Jones the deployment provider for this contract?
You said, is this particular, is it the employment provider?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you mean.
Deployment.
Oh, deployment,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
I just said employment, I apologize.
No, it's okay. So I was looking at this slide, and I saw the representatives from Unistar coming down to advocate for their position, but I'm kind of concerned there's a fairness issue involved with this. So Avery Jones being a minority vendor, they can also bid on being a service provider and a deployment provider as well. And so essentially it knocks out all of our minority contractors to bid on particular contracts. So although this is business, but again, like I said, I think it's a fairness issue. So I guess at the, I want to kind of recommend at the next board retreat or policy retreat, if we can clearly define, if you're a minority vendor, you cannot pretty much bid on a servicing contract. If you have a servicing contract, you can't bid on a deployment contract if you're a minority vendor. And so it just kind of, just to a certain degree, even the playing field out.
Let me let Mr. Langston speak to it, and I'll button it up if I need to. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. So this particular contract or awardee went out for a bid. So Board Commissioner, Superintendent, I want to take you up to where you see IFB intent for a bid. So what that means is that we have different solicitations when we go out for bid. So when you saw proximity, it went out for RFP. That's a request for a proposal. In a request for a proposal, you have an opportunity to evaluate a number of things. Pricing is only one of them. You can evaluate the effectiveness of the vendor and other things that's related to whatever the subject matter expert deems necessary. Particularly when we do an invitation for bid, it is truly based on the lowest price. So as a district, we have a fiduciary responsibility to go with the lowest price. So what happens when we do an invitation for bid, when we go out for bid, what we do is we ask our vendors who respond to the invitation for bid we give them a specific specification. We know we have student desktops, laptops, so on and so forth. And with those, we have our IT team that finds a certain specification that's needed for our students and our faculty and everybody to be able to operate. And with that, vendors are responding to their spec, and they're giving us the best pricing for that spec. What happens then is that when the solicitation is done, all the vendors have an opportunity to come to our procurement office, and we have what's called a sealed bid process. In the sealed bid process, that means nobody sees the pricing until everybody sees it at the same time. The envelope is sealed, and it's open, and everybody's revealed the price at the same time, at the same opportunity. At that opportunity, then what was placed out for bid, we then deem what is come in as the lowest price based on their specification. That's who win. When we do an RFP, there's an opportunity for a local preference. But again, invitation for bid has nothing to do with local preference. It's truly who has the lowest price. So what I can, again, educate us on is that usually what vendors do is they probably have some of the same manufacturers. It's usually HP, Lenovo, depending on what the specification of the device is. They get that at a certain price, and then they offer a profit margin. So when they offer it to us to bid, those vendors, again, they're jockeying to see who can get the lowest price, because those who we'll go to. So that's how we consider fairness in the realm when we're looking at the procurement process. Again, it's a sealed bid. It's truly who's the lowest price. So if a local vendor came in, and I'll just throw a HP device out here, and if one company has it for $200, a local vendor has it for $400, it's our fiduciary responsibility to go with the $200, because it's truly the lowest price, and it meets our specification for what we need that we put out for bid. So I wanted to provide that education.
Yeah, and I definitely appreciate it, because that is the process. You know, I just kind of see this tug of war coming down the line with our local minority vendors who can't compete with HP or Apple coming in to bid on these processes. So I guess it's where we can keep thinking through that. You know, see how we can create more equity within that process. Thank you.
Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard you say that they bid it at the lowest price, but the lowest price don't mean better service. It doesn't mean that. Just because they have the lowest price, don't shake your head, I'm talking now. Doesn't mean, no, because we have to do better with the services that we give our people. Well, he shouldn't have did that. He responded like, I understand that, but he shouldn't have moved his head at all. He should just let me say what I need to say. Don't move your head. Don't do nothing. I'm just saying, not just that, we're hurting minority businesses. And we have to do something, we have to do better than this. Just because their prices may be a little higher don't mean that their services are not better. Don't look at me like that. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's disrespectful. Don't do that. Just because they bid it lower don't mean the services is better. We cannot knock out our minority vendors just because their prices may be a little higher.
Commissioner McKinney.
Thank you. Can I get some clarification on thank you for the education of the invitation for bid. Is there any reason why we do an invitation for bid as opposed to an RFP? Yeah.
Mr. Langston.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Invitation for bid is usually done for goods and services. For goods, I apologize. So when you want goods, again, not services. A service is something that I rented to you. A good, again, remember I said that if we give a certain specification, if you can meet that specification, has nothing to do with the service. That means that we have deemed it necessary that we can use that, and it's the best viable device for us. So if you can meet that specification at the lowest price, that's why we do an invitation for bid. Again, as I alluded to, if you do an RFP, then that gives an opportunity to do some other things. But you do an invitation for bids truly for goods. These computers are defined as goods. Has nothing to do with the service. We do the service ourselves. We just looking for the best price for the specification that we deem necessary for our students, our faculty, and our staff, if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense. And I think the follow-up question is, do we have to do it that way?
So we have a fiduciary responsibility. So again, as the board is responsible for the budget, if you want to pay additional $300 for the same specification, I don't know how you justify that to taxpayers. If a device is $300 more than a device and it gets the same specification, I wouldn't want to explain that to taxpayers it was the same device with the specification, but I paid $300. I don't think you would do that with your own money, let alone with taxpayers and the district's money. I'm not saying you, McKinney, I'm looking at you, but I'm just saying, we treat our budget as we would do our own. So again, we have a fiduciary responsibility. That's why we do an invitation for bid.
Right. So what I understand the difference between the RFP and the invitation for bid is to ensure that we get, when we say specifications, can that be as much as saying we want, who's going to give us the best price for a Dell computer? Is that what we do? If I want best price for Apple, Dell, and HP.
It may not be a specific manufacturer. It may be a A5 processor, one that can run this many amount of memory, so on and so forth. Those are specifications. Mm-hmm. Then your device, whatever device that you deem that you have that can meet those specifications, is geared towards that, what we deem necessary. Then you can offer it to us. Again, we're looking for the lowest price because we've deemed that it's necessary for, again, our faculty, students, and staff to run.
Yeah, so as we think about devices, because that's one of the things that we've been talking about, as we think about devices, I would like, and this is along a line that I think Board Member Murphy was saying, is that we want to look for things that are going to be the best thing for our students or our staff. So that might require us to be very clear and specific about the devices that we want to use. So I think I'm just putting that out there and wanting to know if we have those choices. We don't have to go into a debate or anything. I'm just putting it out there. Next question I have, funding. It says various fund. I don't know what that means.
So again, this is a catalog. So when you see us, a few months ago, we brought devices for Fund 12, which is our federal fund, and we did it for our CSI schools who had the TAG grant. So we may choose to do it for our general fund. So when you see various funding sources, that just means that we may buy devices from our general fund, from our non-special revenue fund, or from our federal fund. So that's all it means.
Okay, so in the spirit of transparency and being accountable to the public, can we just know what funds those are coming out in the future when we bring these, Superintendent? And finally, this is just for my edification. Is this a separate contract that we will be, or because there's two different vendors, and so will it be two separate contracts, or are they in one contract?
So, Commissioner McKinney, I want to take it back to your previous question really quickly. So you asked about our funding sources. So we're not bringing a purchasing order right now. We're bringing who the awardees were for the catalog. So when we bring the specific item for the number of devices we'll buy, we'll be specific about what funding source we're buying it from at that moment. This is just telling you that we've gone out for an invitation for bid. These are the awardees based on the process for invitation for bid. And then going forward, when you've heard from your schools saying that they want to buy devices, this now allows them an opportunity to pick from our district's catalog with these awardees to buy from devices from whatever funding source that has, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. I appreciate you enlightening me.
9.15, contract approval. Commissioner, Vice Chair Love, Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Murphy.
Superintendent, does the process need to be changed, or the policy?
So I appreciate it. I was going to go back to it. I just want to honor that all things can be true in this conversation. Board Member Murphy's point about the lowest cost does not equal the best quality or product is fact. in terms of how our current practices are, it does say that we'll award it to the lowest bidder. So is there an opportunity to shift? Yes, I think that shift could look like what we've been moving towards now, is strengthening our just our RFPs, like what we list, just being really clear. You mentioned some suggestions there, but that's what we've been doing in many of them, just so we get, just a better response. So there's opportunities there. And it is an opportunity to continue leaning into and hearing the valid concerns from our business community. And they mentioned that to me very early on in the minority business conference that we had at the University of Memphis, and they shared that, right? Like, we get it, we're not the largest, but there has to be some opportunity for us to be able to satisfy the needs of an organization of our size. And so I just wanted to give that expansive or elaborate response. But the short answer is yes, there's an opportunity to just take a deeper look at how we set up our...
I agree with Tawana Murphy when she said the lowest doesn't always mean the best. Take, for instance, the lowest price will yield 3 years. The highest price will yield 5 years. We are spending twice that much money in 5 years.
You're correct. And especially as we consider laptops, which I've been very honest with the board that a one-to-one in sustaining that is, impossible. And it is also very expensive. We've been clear that we spent well over $90 million in devices in a short amount of time, and to continue to replace every 3 years the number of devices that we have, coupled with the maintenance that is required along the way. The investments that we're making in technology are extreme, and so we do have to take a deeper look, which is a part of why the plan isn't available just yet, but standing up a bold digital futures plan for technology. We are collaborating and partnering with ISTE, which is the National Technology Organization, just so we get more suggestions and feedback and input about, yes, what other districts are doing, but what a district our size can do as we balance the need for our students. As they've mentioned, hey, we still need it for our dual enrollment. We still need access just to carry out our day-to-day assignments as well as our teachers. And so we have a bit of a, opportunity for us, but it also presents a very great challenge as we think about the financial costs for the same.
You ever considered leasing?
Leasing our products, now that's where we get into some real expenses in terms of leasing technology. But for the sake of just informing and educating the board, we can bring that just for your review, just so you can see the comparison of what our need is and if we were to lease, and then certainly what our need is and how we're meeting it right now. So we can bring that, if that's helpful.
Another question.
Yes, ma'am.
I know my daughter has an iPad. The iPad is compatible with the laptop. Computer, not an iPad. Excuse me.
Are you asking, is the Apple iPad compatible with Apple computer compatible with
our devices? Yeah.
She has a personal Apple computer.
Yeah. It is compatible with the boards.
Meaning, can she log in if she brings it to school? Can she access our Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
I can access Wi-Fi on my personal computer.
That was my understanding that they are not allowed to use outside devices for schoolwork. Maybe I misheard, but
I don't know that that's a policy. Is that a policy, Mr. Perora? It is a policy. It is written.
Never mind.
Well,
Never mind.
I'm gonna reserve comment.
Never mind. Strike that conversation.
Okay. Again, policy is the will of the board.
Never mind.
I offer that because there are students who do have access to a personal device, and that could support the utilization and the access to the same. So in terms of, and I just use this word just because I can't come up with a better one, and I'm not sure that we should penalize a student who has access to a device that could bring it and access the internet. The same restraints and blocks that apply across the district apply to me when I try to get on something. And so I think that's something that we can take a look at.
Commissioner Porter.
Okay, I think we beat this up enough, but and appreciate that, Soup, for the clarification on a lot of things. And that is the process again, Chief Langston. And we're just talking about computer devices. They're going to be equal across the board. I think what I'm getting at is how can we change policies to make an equitable process, because you can have an Apple, or in this case Avery Jones, come in that can continue to outbid our local minority vendors, and they don't even pay taxes here. And so then you have to get into that conversation with our local vendors. So it just want to have an equitable process throughout the whole thing.
Commissioner Murphy.
Commissioner Porter just said what I was getting ready to say, but I made a promise to our local vendors that I will stand up and fight for them no matter what. This particular company is out of California. Don't roll your eyes, Tito. They out of California. Respect is respect, and I deserve that. This company is out of California, and I think that our minority companies deserve to still keep their contracts.
Let us be perfectly clear, we do not advocate for any particular vendor. It's not for debate, Ms. Murphy.
I'm not debating for anybody, but this is for all of our minorities.
We do not, we as a board is in violation when we're advocating for a particular vendor. I don't care where they're from, who they are. That's just not something that this board does.
Again, I didn't say any names. I'm not advocating for anybody. I'm advocating for all of them. For all of them. Not just one, all of them.
Commissioner McKinney.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent, for saying that we're going to think about leasing. We do have some neighboring school districts that do that. And I just think about the concept of my phone. I lease it and I can get the most updated. And it's embedded in that price. So one of the things that we do when we think about leasing, we may have to pay a little bit more on the front end, but on the back end, our students are able to get the most updated devices. And it also gives us an opportunity to think about how we replace, which we ask schools to pay the insurance. And that way, if I do something to that device, that the insurance will take care of me being able to get me a new device. So I'm happy that we're thinking about looking at what other districts are doing and thinking about leasing, because that was one of the things.
9.15 contract approval, Microsoft Office 365 A5 education software.
The recommendation is for the board to approve the contract to Crayon Software Experts in the amount of $2.42 million for the purchase of Microsoft Office 365 A5 education software licenses for the district. This term is for 1 year with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year terms, not to exceed a total of 3 years. This purchase is for the Microsoft Office 365 licenses.
9.16 contract approval, governmental grant contract from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, TEMA.
Recommendation is for the board to approve the governmental grant contract from TEMA in the amount of $20,321. Various district buildings were damaged in July of last year during the windstorm, and so they're offering the public assistance for us to recoup expenses incurred due to the storm, and so the total amount lost was $26,085.41. So we are definitely making the recommendation to accept the grant contract, which will recover $20,321.76 of that.
Always good to recover some money. Contract approval, Dexter School roof replacement, Medford Roofing.
I had a question.
I apologize, Vice Chair Love.
How much repairs are that the district lose for the windstorm?
Michelle, do you have that information available right now? The question is,
It's no big deal. You can send it to me in email.
but I
Yeah.
just want to make sure we have it clear. You're wanting to know the total damages
Yeah.
for the windstorm last
Yeah.
summer?
Yeah.
Okay. Dexter roof replacement. Chair, Board, the recommendation is that the board approve the contract to Medford Roofing for $2.32 million for the roof replacement at Dexter School. Of course, the existing roof system just needs to be replaced. This project and date is for expected to be completed by December 30th of next year.
Your light on, Commissioner.
Superintendent, who is going to watch over these contracts from all of them?
Who monitors, like to ensure that it starts, completes?
Yeah.
That's Ms. Stewart and her team. Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to approve no amendments. Make sure you watch them carefully.
That makes two of us, Board Member Love. 9.18.
9.18, contract approval, A.B. Hill Elementary School roof replacement, Carroll's Roofing.
Again, this recommendation is for the board to approve the contract to Carroll's Roofing for $1.53 million for the roof replacement at A.B. Hill Elementary. Again, this design is already complete. This is for construction only, with the anticipation of completing it by December 30th of next year.
9.19, contract approval, Treadwell Elementary School, middle roof replacement for B4 Plied.
It's okay, I got you. The recommendation is for the board to approve the contract to B4 Plied Incorporated for $3.25 million for the roof replacement at Treadwell Elementary Middle School. Again, the same applies here. The design for the roof system is complete. This is for construction only, with an anticipation of the project ending by December 30th of next year.
Commissioner McKinney.
Thank you. I'll say thank you on behalf of the Treadwell Elementary School and Middle School. However, these schools are 86 and 81 respectively. So we are putting, how much are we putting? We're putting $3 million on top of these two schools. And I just want to know what we plan to do. I'm hoping to see it in our facilities report. What we plan to do about possibly having new buildings, particularly since that particular area and those schools are expanding exponentially. They are overcrowded, so much so that they've got people that they've got to say no to. So if we know this, I think we want to make sure that we can accommodate the growing population with a state-of-the-art building and ensure that we're keeping the enrollment high because people want to come to it. Because I've been walking through some of these schools, and I don't want to. I don't want to go in those and wouldn't want to sit in those all day or work in those. So I just want to say thank you for putting the Band-Aid on the bullet wound, as I like to say. But I'm hoping to see something that will ensure that we get some new buildings in that area.
Absolutely. I think, and you're alluding to it, it is a delicate balance of understanding buildings are aged, and for that same reason, we have to make some level of investment, while certainly with the greater consideration, especially for Treadwell area, it is booming, it is already overcrowded, and so certainly in the facilities master plan, you will see recommendations that align accordingly.
9.20, contract approval, Georgian Hills Middle School roof replacement.
Recommendation is for the board to approve the contract to Medford Roofing Incorporated in the amount of $1.55 million for the roof replacement at Georgian Hills Middle School. This is comparable to the previous three items. This is for construction only.
Vice Chair Love.
I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Fraser community.
9.21, contract approval, Bolton High School roof replacement.
The recommendation is for the board to approve the contract to B4 Plaid Incorporated for $4.56 million for the roof replacement at Bolton High School. This roof design has also been completed and approved. Same anticipated project end date for December 30th. This is for the construction only.
9.22, excuse me, Commissioner Hewitt Garcia.
And apologies if this is in one of those three documents, but there's a building that's not utilized at Bolton right now. Does that include a new roof on that structure that's not being utilized? Isn't there a...
This is just for the main buildings, right? Right.
Okay, thank you.
9.22, contract approval, Clark Power Services district-wide generator preventive maintenance.
The recommendation is for the board to award the contract to Clark Power Services in the amount of $147,050. This is for a district-wide generator preventative maintenance services. The total amount includes an annual inspection cost of $103,800, an annual load bank testing cost of $43,250, and then this is $125 per hour labor costs. Certainly, the benefits we understand of having just regular maintenance on our generator helps to prevent costly downtime due to unexpected faults. Certainly, we're maximizing efficiency, and this prolongs the lifespan of the generator, which we know we have to depend on quite often.
9.23, contract approval, state system sprinkler systems inspection.
Recommendation is for the board to approve the contract with State Systems for water sprinkler inspection and repair services for $261,450. This cost includes $134,025 for annual and quarterly inspections, $127,425 for 5-year internal inspections, and an hourly rate of $130 for maintenance. This annual contract is renewed each year so that we comply with the National Fire Protection Association and local and state Division of Fire Services Fire Prevention Bureau codes.
So all of our schools' fire sprinklers will be inspected.
Right.
And what's the time frame for that?
So the inspections happen throughout the year. At varying points.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Contract renewal, Service Master Clean, SPE LLC.
Recommendation is for the board to approve the 1-year contract renewal January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025 to Service Master Clean LLC in an amount of $10.22 million to provide custodial services for the district's custodial operations zone 2. The contract term was for 1 year with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year periods, and so this is the first year of this contract renewal.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Out of all the vendors, custodial vendors that we had, what was the highest rated vendor out of all the custodial vendors we had?
I'll say on the record, is that AGS? Ms. Stewart?
So we have them by weeks since we started monitoring them, and that was AGS every week that we've been monitoring. Yes, ma'am.
Is that your question, Board Member Porter? Okay.
Commissioner Williams.
How many schools do they have?
In zone 2, is this 41?
And this
Okay.
is, which one, which service company is this?
This is for Service Master.
Service Master.
Yes,
Do
sir.
they have the largest number of schools?
No, they're pretty balanced. There's a couple here and there, but they're pretty at the 40-ish mark.
Is Service Master one of the companies that was not paying its employees?
No, sir.
It wasn't Service Master?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hewitt Garcia.
In the last year, how many instances of, I forget the proper name of the fee that we charge when they didn't do something that they were supposed to do? How many instances of fees or fines did Service Master have to pay for not meeting our expectations? Sorry, was that to?
You got
to
to,
su-
yeah, to
ask
the
the superintendent. How many
How many out of compli? How many times? We're
Yeah,
out of
I know we have
compliance?
there's like a, if an employee doesn't show up, there's a $250 fine. There were a number of things we put in place to make it incentivize them to, when we went from a district-wide to a zone.
Yeah. Service
Did we-
Master, to my understanding and knowledge, does not have any dings, if you will. That's accurate.
I guess, are we monitoring those no-shows and enforcing those fees across all vendors?
Right. So there is, as Ms. Stewart was alluding to, each week we monitor specific areas. That's part of the areas, and we can make that available for the board to see.
But no concerns from the
From Service Master.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Love.
Did, Superintendent, did, Fresh Start, we know that Fresh Start wasn't paying their employees. Can you speak to that? Because I received numerous of emails. Fresh Start has their last check, not us.
I think your question is, are we aware or have we been made aware that Fresh Start employees are not receiving pay? Is that the question? Yeah. Through emails, as you've received? Yes, we've received emails, many of them from employees sharing. We have administered payment to, or provided payment to the vendor accordingly, and so we are not involved in that. And so unfortunately, when those emails are received, there's no part for us to play.
Another question. How, Superintendent, how many employees are hired back from Service Master and Parco and HIS?
That's not something that we've tracked, simply because we can't require or dictate how they employ and who they employ. So that's not something that we've tracked.
Final question. Can you send me a list of schools in my area, the Service Master schools and the Parco schools, and
Just who's servicing your
Yeah,
schools? Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
yeah.
We'll do that for all board members. I think we've provided that, Ms. Stewart. Is there an update that you want from it? Or you want it a different way?
Fresh Start was in majority of my schools. They are no longer with the district.
So who took over the schools?
Yeah.
When Fresh Start stopped service. Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what Commissioner Love was saying, who took over her schools when Fresh Start, when we canceled their contract. For clarity, I think Dr. Fagans had already answered that question because I was getting emails saying that the district didn't pay them, but we did pay them. So they were getting the wrong information from Fresh Start. So that was a question that Stephanie was asking, who is taking over her schools at this time?
Remember, the board approved in the special call for the balance of this year for those to be split by Parku, and Service Master. So that will take us through the end of the year. What you're seeing here for these specific zones, Zone 2, is a recommendation here for Service Master to continue January 1st through December 31st of next year. The separation, or who will cover those zones that were the zone that was left by Fresh Start, we haven't brought that just yet.
Commissioner Porter.
Yes, does the district have any mechanism in place to see if these companies can handle the capacity as far as taking on the new schools? Is there any type of process in place for that?
I think the most effective measure that we can use is how they're servicing the schools that they have right now, based on our scorecard and what we monitor weekly. Certainly there is a valid consideration given for taking on more schools and ensuring that the same quality of service is performed. So it's kind of, the risk that we take, and presuming that you'll continue to perform the same way that you have, and then understanding that we do have those measures in place in the contract that if you don't, to Board Member Hewitt Garcia's point earlier, out of compliance, you receive the fines, the opportunity to have a corrective action plan, and then we may end up where we are right now, moving in a different direction.
Yeah, because I is kind of concerned if dropping down to 2 vendors and taking on all those, all their work, it is a concern. So I just want to make sure that, everybody has a fresh shot at this.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, Superintendent, these 2 vendors will start their new contract on January the 1st through December the 31st. The 2 vendors that's coming, the other 2 to replace the one, Hess and First Start, when will they start? Will they, okay, you said you're putting it out for bid, the 2 zones.
Right, so what we're bringing forth here, this Service Master, this is still the zone that they have right now.
Right.
This is just because the contract ends December 31st of this year. We're just bringing forth the renewal, so it starts January 1st. We just have not brought to the board just yet. We will bring December 3rd, where the splitting of the zones, or the zone that Fresh Start had.
Fresh Start.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we'll get those schools at
At the business meeting.
At the
Yes,
business.
ma'am.
Okay. Because okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Contract renewal, Parco.
Recommendation is for the board to approve a 1-year contract renewal, January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025, to Parco LLC in an amount of $8.9 million. This is to provide custodial services for Operation Zone 3. And again, this is their current zone.
9.26, contract approval, district-wide elevator and lift preventive maintenance services, United Elevator Services.
The recommendation is for the board to award the contract to United Elevator Services LLC in the amount of $217,313 for district-wide elevator lift preventative maintenance services. Again, this is for the inspection of our elevators, just to keep us in compliance with the code.
9.27, district-wide fire extinguisher preventive maintenance services, Johnson's Control.
Recommendation is for the board to award the contract to Johnson Controls for the district-wide fire extinguisher preventative maintenance services. This is in the amount of $212,360. Again, the National Fire Protection Association requires that fire extinguishers be inspected annually, and this will allow us to be in alignment with the requirement.
9.28, contract approval, district-wide fire alarm inspection, testing, monitoring, and maintenance, Johnson's Control.
Recommendation is for the board to award the contract to Johnson Controls in the amount of $677,729 for fire alarm inspection, testing, and monitoring. This is a 1-year contract with the option for 2 annual renewals. This contract is for fire alarm inspection, testing, and monitoring services.
Addition 9.29, emergency connective fund repayment.
The recommendation is for the board to approve a payment in the amount of $687,735 for a reimbursement request that was overstated for the emergency connectivity grant. Essentially, the requested funding for over 21,000 Microsoft Surface tablets was made and submitted in July of last year at one cost of $399.99. And then the district received a little over $3.2 million in the reimbursement for this particular unit price, when the actual unit price was lower at $314.99. And so the difference in the prices resulted in us receiving $687,735 more than we should have. And so this is for us to render the repayment as demanded.
We're now on to board items. Proposed policies, first reading 10.1.
It's recommended for the board to approve the proposed revisions in policies 5013, promotion and retention, 5016, limited English proficient, 5021, library services and collections, 5023, family life education, 6047, school fees and debts, 6060, school day. These provisions or revisions are recommended to align our policies with recently revised federal and or state laws and regulations.
(10.2) Administrative rules and regulations, statutory and regulatory.
The recommendation is to approve the revisions to the administrative rules and regulations. There's no board action required, actually. It's just a point of information. This is in 5004, graduation requirements, and 5006, awarding of credits. Again, this allows us to align our rules and regulations with the federal and state laws and regulations as required.
This doesn't show up on the business meeting.
Correct.
No action.
That's correct.
10.3, November 2024 Budget Amendment Resolution, Fund Balance Resolution.
The recommendation is for the board to approve the November 2024 Budget Amendment Resolution. This amendment increases our all funds budget by $24,310,611. It amends the all funds budget from $1.93 billion, to an all funds budget of $1.957. The district will not be in compliance with grant requirements and the state of Tennessee recommendations regarding special education funding, our LEA management of funds, and will result in us being in non-compliance. I think when we look at the budget amendment, and certainly we'll answer any individual questions, overall, the general fund, we're requesting from our fund balance for our new Frazier build so that we can remain on our timeline. And so essentially we would not receive the money from our funding body in time as it would be administered to us. And so we need to pay now and then we would be reimbursed when we receive the payment. I think that's about 11.3 or 4 million to keep us on timeline for the new Frazier. The expense, what was expensed in fiscal year 24, that shows up in our capital. Essentially what happened in the last year. We've been able to, is reflected in this amendment, this budget amendment resolution. What shows up in the federal is a true up of the budget based on closeout and what typically happens each year in September. This includes new grant awards. This work happens each time this year, and so what we've done is just make sure we've reflected in the budget any grants that we've received and monies therein.
Vice Chair Love, Commissioner McKinney.
Superintendent, you alluded to my question. I want to be sure, this is in my district, I want to be sure the money's going to be put back when the county commissioners give it to us?
Yes, ma'am. So it's already allocated in terms of the 77 million that they have. But of course, it goes on their timeline. And so to keep us on time with the construction of the building, we now owe Ms. Stewart, is it 11.3 or 4? $11.4 million to keep us on our timeline in terms of the phase that we're entering right now, so that we can maintain our timeline. And I know you understand it, but just reiterating, we're paying it first, and then when we receive it, we'll place it right back in our fund balance.
Thank you.
Commissioner McKinney?
Thank you. Having not been here when that transaction was determined with the county commission, how is that? Is it in a resolution from the county commission? I just want to know that we're guaranteed to get the money back.
We are, and they have it, and so you just see it, and we don't have it here, but we can identify it better when we do our monthly report for the budget. But yes.
And just to be another question, does this take us outside of where we're supposed to maintain our fund balance? Okay, I just want to make sure.
I don't mean to shake like that. We are well over what we're required to have in policy.
Right.
Are we about 11% over? We're over that now? I mean, we're pretty healthy, but 19? 18%.
Right. We're supposed to be between 8 and 15%.
Right.
Good job.
$10.4, approve a resolution approving school seed donation.
Recommendation is for the board to accept the donation of $45,635 from School Seed to be used for future Leadership Institute program expenditures.
Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From my understanding, this check was written on August 13th, 2024. Is there a timeline when it could be approved? Because it's 4 months late.
A timeline, there's no timeline. Certainly when we receive money, though, it is generally the expectation that we bring it immediately after receiving it. I have had the conversation with the necessary personnel in this regard. They have owned the oversight. And so certainly to your question, there is nothing written in terms of a timeline, but I think we understand in terms of just general financial responsibility. When we receive funds, we should bring them to the board when it meets the threshold at the next meeting.
Correct. According to policy 2019, that check shouldn't be deposited until after the board has approved, but it was already deposited the next day.
It's not my understanding that it's been deposited, but if you want to speak to it, you can. It has been deposited? Yes. The next day?
So yes, the funds have been deposited. The language should actually be stated as a ratification. So, which means that it is after the fact. So the policy doesn't say necessarily that you have to bring it the next day. It should actually be in conjunction with your budget amendment. So, for my recommendation, General Counsel, we could work with the board office is to change the language. It should be a ratification since it's after the fact that it was received. I see you shaking your head, Mr. Schultz, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason you approve this, that gives you the option of not accepting money from certain organizations. I'm sure you could write them a check if you decide that you don't want this money.
Is that what we're
Okay,
saying?
clarity.
We don't want to accept it? I'm not sure I'm hearing too.
Okay, make clarity for that, Dr. Schultz.
Yeah, because it's after the fact, the word is ratification. You ratify something that's already been done. So that word will be changed.
Right. The ratification, I understand. I think Board Member Murphy is highlighting that, hey, this check is 4 months late, Superintendent. Like, where has it been and why are you just bringing it? What I'm sharing to that point is once I was made aware of it, which was when council shared with me, I think last week. And then when I ask, that's how I've learned about it. Obviously, I don't receive, funds and monies, so I have addressed it with the respective personnel. In terms of what the policy reads, though, I think that I'm hearing this highlighted on this side, and so I will review the policy itself. I think that Board Member McKinney is sharing that she's hearing some language that is not in the policy, so I can review that.
Right, because we just went over the policy, and there was some language in there that it wasn't there.
Yeah. But I want to make sure what I'm not hearing is that we want to not receive the money. Okay. Because that's what I thought. I heard.
We
Dr.
want to
Schultz-
receive the money.
I thought I heard Dr. Schultz saying you don't.
It was just when the check was deposited, the board was not aware. The board, they did it without the board's approval, and it was over 15,000.
That is accurate.
Commissioner McKinney, Vice Chair Love.
Thank you. I think the clarification is, I think the way the policy reads is that before you can accept or you officially use the money, you have to get it approved. So essentially what I think the process is you can receive the check, hold it, and then you can ask, then it comes to the board. So then that brings me to the question of if it did come in August, and it was subsequently deposited, and now I'm seeing here that it says the funds will be used for future. I guess the issue becomes, where is that money? Was it held? And because the other piece is that we have to, the donors have to trust that we're going to do what we're supposed to do with the money as well. So while it may be, I don't know where the money went. I don't know if it's sitting somewhere and never used, or if it got just put in general fund and we're having a good, we're using it for something else.
I think in a spirit of transparency, as well as allowing me to address this with the team, if the board will allow me to figure out what I don't know and share offline, that would be helpful. I'd like to maintain the respect of my staff while also honoring that we have not followed policy as well. And so if that is okay with the board, I certainly don't mind following up with each of you offline. If I can manage it behind the scenes, that would be most helpful and respectful to the team. Thank you.
Vice Chair Love.
What did school seed, the check was for $45,000. What was it used for?
Leadership Development Week took place, I believe, in July or August, one
Why
of the two.
did they write us a check?
Because School Seed receives the donations from the district. From what I understand, they take 20% of it, and then we utilize the rest. I believe the ask in this instance was to provide the money directly to the district.
How much money do we have in school seed now? Because that is a fiscal arm of the district.
Because you've asked the question to me on the record, Board Member Love, I will share that I'm not aware of how much we have sitting with School Seed. That is not a report that is provided to me. I have no insight or knowledge of what goes there or what is currently sitting there. What has been provided to me by the team is just that basic foundational understanding that when monies are received on behalf of the district through the foundation, that a certain percent is taken, and my understanding it is 20%. That is the extent of my knowledge, but now that you have asked, I will make the inquiry.
Many months ago, Vince sent us an email outlining the funds and what their uses were before you came here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I don't have that one.
All you have to do is ask them. They are a fiscal part of our district.
Chair? Since we are bringing this up, perhaps this is something for us to pursue in terms of, I don't know, maybe create some sort of policy of reporting. So there's a regular reporting where they give us their fiscal statements or some sort of report so that we're updated on a regular basis.
I would like that. I agree.
All right.
$10.5, 2025 legislative proposal.
Recommendation is for the board to approve the legislative proposals as written, used to influence educational policy at the state level.
Ten point 10.6, approve a resolution approving MSCS board member strategic school fund allocations. It will be read into the record on December the 3rd. So if you have any more allocations, please see Karen or Danisha, please. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for staying.